Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Judge Tammy Long, Hayward State Court of Clayton County. Everything has been really slow to connect today, so I apologize, but everything seemed to be cycling an extra long time trying to connect to the different things that I have to connect to. So first, this is October 31st of 2024. This is the arraignment calendar. I'm going to call the calendar, but first I'm going to give you some information about what you can expect, what types of pleas that I will hear from the arraignment calendar, and then I will give you additional information that will help you navigate this calendar. So arraignment is the calendar where you're before the trial court, probably for the first time. This is the calendar that allows you to know what you're charged with, to have the first opportunity to have you or your attorney speak with the state about what is possible with respect to any offers that may come your way. Now, everybody's entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford an attorney and you need one, when we speak to you about your case, please let me know at that time, and we can appoint an attorney to you. If I expect that there will be three types of pleas that I'll hear today. Not guilty means that you wish to have a trial by jury or judge. That trial will take place later. You'll have the opportunity to prepare for that trial, but the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. So you really just have to show up for trial. If you wish to enter evidence and testimony on your behalf, you may do that, but you do not have to. You have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. So while the state has the burden to prove the case against you, you have no burden but to be present for trial. Now, if you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that the conviction was an error, then you could appeal that conviction within 30 days of the verdict of the court to an appellate court, and that appellate court might make a different decision. Those are the rights that come with having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty, it means you believe you're guilty of the offenses before the court, even if you don't agree with every aspect of the factual basis as stated by the state. You do believe that you are guilty of the underlying offenses. And we will adjudicate your case. Will allow you to you or your attorney to speak with the state to determine if you all can reach an agreement as to what is recommended for the sentencing. If you enter a plea of nolo, which is nolo contendory, which is no contest, that means that you understand that the state has information that they could present at trial, and that evidence could could cause you to be found guilty at trial. While you're aware of the evidence, you do not wish to plead guilty, but you also do not wish to contest the evidence, and that is what no contest means. And if you enter a no contest plea today, then we'll go ahead and sentence you, and you'll have the same opportunity to speak with the state or negotiate the sentence with your attorney and the state. A no contest plea has some benefits to it, particularly when you're talking about traffic offenses, because it could help you avoid points or penalties that attach to your license. And I do want to tell you, though, if you're under the age of 21, you need fewer points to result in a suspension of your license. You only need 6 points for a suspension of your license, and that suspension is going to be longer than if you were 21 or over. The suspension for under 21 is a hard 6 months. So that means that you won't get a permit to go to your job or to go to school. You just cannot drive for 6 months. So please be mindful of that. If you have a commercial driver's license, a CDL, please be mindful that it is harder to undo what we do than it is to do it right the first time. And so if you are concerned about how a plea or a trial will affect your CDL, go ahead and enter a not guilty plea. You can prepare for trial. And while you're doing that, you can do the research as to what might happen to your CDL. And if on the trial week, when you come in, if you wish to take a plea at that time, then that would not be a problem. But at least you will know what will happen to your ability to drive commercially and earn a living for yourself and your family. All right. So these are my announcements. And at this time, I'm going to call the calendar. When I call your name, I need to know that you're here. If you are represented by an attorney, your attorney will speak on your behalf. If you're not represented by an attorney, then I need to speak with you about your case. First case is Brian Darnell Adams. Brian Darnell Adams.
Your Honor, I move for bench warrant.
Last call for Brian Darnell Adams. All right, bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Oh, I'm sorry, bench warrant, no bond.
Thank you, Judge.
Next on the calendar is Flores. Does Ms. Flores need an interpreter?
No, Judge, and she's
Okay.
present. Mr. Taylor.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Hi, Ms. Flores is present in the courtroom. This was an issue with no license. She has provided her license. I have a copy of it here at the courtroom for Ms. Hagler's benefit.
All right, Ms. Hagler.
I'll send someone down. I don't have I
Okay.
get a copy and I can double check. Thank you,
All right.
Judge.
On the second
Thank you.
charge of brakes and turn signal, that vehicle belonged to another person that she no longer has any contact with, to let you know.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we'll hold for the information on Flores. James Jamar Johnson.
Present.
Hi, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you're
Hello.
represented by Mr. Holton Dennis.
Judge, we would ask that Mr. Johnson place his phone number in the chat. We'll need to speak with him. I tried to get in touch with him yesterday, but I was unsuccessful.
All right,
Okay.
Mr.
I don't know how to put it in the chat, but they should have my number.
I have
No, if he says put it in the chat, that means he doesn't have your number, sir. So to order to make this easier for everybody, can you just go ahead and give us your number? Hold on a second. I'm gonna walk you through how to do the chat. All right.
Okay.
You didn't get my message. Did you?
Had it, he would not, because yeah, he tried to call you. So if he had your number, you would have talked to him already. All right.
Okay.
So what I'm going to ask you to do is, you see your name on the screen.
I don't.
I just changed it to James Jamar Johnson.
Okay, I'm looking for it now.
Every time you speak, your box should light up.
I'm not seeing it.
Keep talking.
Yes. Okay. No, I'm not seeing it, Judge.
Okay. What do you see?
Everyone's picture as I'm scrolling. I'm not seeing it. I just see I see Taz Taylor as James Johnson. That's me. Okay.
All right. So when you touch your box, there should be like 3 dots, a blue box with 3 dots in it. Click on that, and you see chat.
Okay, I see chat.
Okay, click on that.
Okay, I see. All right, now I see we're on.
Okay, you'll see everyone. Click on the name in blue. I think it should be everyone. Click on that name and then go down to courtroom 304 and click on that.
Okay, I see it. All right, and you want me to type it in right here?
Yes, type in your name and email address.
Okay.
Phone number that I can call you on right now.
I mean, your name, phone number, and email address. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine. I'm doing that now.
All right.
Your
All right,
Honor,
so,
yes. Your Honor, I was a part of the that case. Would I be able to talk to the prosecutor?
Sure. How are you a part of this case?
Well, the victim, but
okay, yeah. Miss Hemphill, if you will reach out to Mr. Major by chat and tell him how best to speak with you all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so the victim services expert from the solicitor's office is going to speak with you, Mr. Major. She'll probably send you a chat and give you instructions about how to call her. Just mute your device so we're not hearing your conversation.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, next is Jarrell Marquise Johnson.
Judge, Mr. Johnson is present in the courtroom, and he also has a copy of his valid driver's license that we would like to share with Ms. Hagler. I believe I sent an email, I'm not sure. I just forwarded an email with that information as well. But he
Yes,
does-
you just sent it. The state's gonna not process.
Okay,
You just
All
sent
right.
it.
thank you, Judge. Thank you, Ms. Hagler.
All right, so that case will be no pros. That's Jarrell Marquise Johnson, 2023 CR 04554. Next case on the calendar is Eric Tyrone Key.
Mr. Key is present in the courtroom. Mr. Key, please approach. In here so they can see you, they can hear you. You're up there if this goes black. Okay. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Mr. Key, you're before the court for no insurance. Do you currently have insurance, sir?
No, ma'am, I don't even have that car anymore. And that was back in 21. And I was like, when the state trooper pulled me, he told me he gave me back my keys to the car that I was driving that day and told me to go ahead, so I didn't think it was gonna be a court date for this ticket. And because he told me to go ahead, because he told me to get back in my car and leave. And I didn't think it was gonna be a court date, but when I kept calling and checking to see what was a court date, because I think they might have sent the court date to Pembroke, Georgia, but I was living down there, that was the address on my license, so I never did get a court date. And then
it would have probably gone to the address on your license. Do you currently have insurance for the car you're currently driving?
No, I'm not driving in the car now. I don't even own a car right now.
Okay. All right, cool.
Ma'am,
Did you get to court, sir?
I can't hear you.
How did you get to court?
Or a friend.
Okay. Your Honor, the state's gonna not process that case.
All right, so Mr. Key, the case is going to be no cost. You're free to go at this time. Just make sure that you maintain insurance or that insurance is maintained on any vehicle that you operate from now on, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Jaquan Asim Lewis.
Yeah, I'm right here.
Judge, we represent Mr. Lewis. And
I'm here.
I need to verify, but my understanding is what we're going to do today is resolve the traffic cases and enter a not guilty plea on the shoplifting case. And so I would just need to verify a quick conversation with Mr. Lewis to make sure he wants to handle the suspended license case the way we spoke about, but we will resolve that.
Okay. All right, y'all just let me know.
Mr. Lewis, could you put, and I know I have your number, but would you chat your number that I can call you just to go over everything real quick before we enter the plea? It's going to say courtroom 304.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you see the name in blue, change that, click on that, and choose courtroom 304 to send.
Yes. Okay, I see it.
All right, next on the calendar is Frank Paul McFavors.
I'm sorry, Judge, you said Frank Paul McFavors?
Yes.
Judge, Mr. McFavors is in the courtroom. Come on, Mr. McFavors. Judge, I believe this case was originally a Superior Court case.
Yep.
Public defenders listed.
Yep.
So we will submit an appointment order for Mr. McFavors, and we would request if the solicitor's office could email myself and Mr. Taylor the accusation, police report, and any recommendation at this time so we can discuss with Mr. McFavors today.
Okay. All right, you guys submit the appointment order and I'll sign it. All right, so Mr. McFavors, they're going to speak to you in a moment as soon as they get the information necessary, all right?
Right.
Thank you, sir. Just have a seat. Tatiana Moyes. Tatiana Moyes.
I'm here. I'm on Zoom.
Right, I'm sorry. There you
Hello.
are. All right, may I see you?
Yes, one moment. Let me get the camera on.
All right. All right, ma'am, you're before the court for battery, family violence, battery, simple battery, family violence, and simple battery. And I don't see an attorney listed for you.
Yeah, I'm not working with an attorney.
You're what?
I'm not working with an attorney.
Okay. Did you wish to have an attorney appointed for you?
I don't believe I need one right now.
Okay. All right. So did you wish to hear the state's recommendation for battery, family violence, battery, simple battery, family violence, and simple battery?
The state's recommendation? Sure, I'd
Yes.
like to hear it.
Okay. And are you over the age of 21, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
All right. So waiver over. All right, Ms. Hagler.
Hi, actually,
There's
Your Honor,
Bing.
I'm going to be handling that. I'm ASG Bing. I think we
Oh,
met
I'm sorry.
last week. No
All
worries.
right. Good morning, Ms.
Oh.
Bing.
Good
That's fine.
morning. Shall I go through the facts of the case first, or you just want me to jump into
No, just the recommendation.
Okay. For the battery family violence, we're recommending 12 months to serve 3 days. Balance probated, $300 suspended. Give me one quick second. Family violence intervention, 40 hours community service, and no violent or harassing contact with the victim.
All right.
And the rest of them will merge into
Okay.
count one.
So, Ms. Moyes, let me just explain what that means. So you have 4 charges. If you take a plea to battery, then the other 3 will merge. So they essentially will be absorbed into the battery charge, and you won't have a separate sentence for that. For the battery sentence, it would be 12 months to serve 3 days. If you have already served that 3 days, you may be available, you may have credit for time served, and then the balance will be probated over the 12 months the remainder of the 12 months for probation. The fine would be $300, which would be $444 with the surcharges. So that's the total. The Family Violence Intervention Program is a 24-week class. You would have to complete the entire program. If you miss more than 3 classes or are late, they will make you start the program over. And you're to do 40 hours of community service and have no violent or harassing contact with the alleged victim in this case.
Okay, so I'm not taking any pleas. I am saying that I'm not guilty, and I am no longer a Georgia resident as well. So I'm not really sure how this is going to work because I live in Massachusetts now.
Well, the way this works is we will put you on the trial calendar. You're entering a plea of not guilty. Is that you intend to represent yourself at trial?
It may not be. From my understanding, the victim is on the call. I could see her name on here. From my understanding, she was going to speak or say something.
Well, ma'am, I would be very careful about what I said next because you have bond conditions that mean you're not supposed to have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. And if you were to have contact with the alleged victim, then you could be charged with aggravated stalking, which is a felony punishable by 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors. So if you keep talking to tell me what you think they're going to say, because I wouldn't know how you would know that.
I think I know what they're going to say, but I was just told that they were going to speak. That's all.
Even the fact that you were told that they were going to speak means that you've had contact with them through a third party, and that also could violate your bond conditions. And if you go to trial, I can give you the rundown of warnings about the consequences of going to trial unrepresented. But essentially, what it will do is leave you at a disadvantage because a judge can't treat you any differently than they would an attorney who knows the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure. It's difficult to get evidence into the record of the court. And if you are not aware of how to do it, then you could seriously jeopardize your case.
Okay, well, that's fine. So I will get a lawyer. I'll find my own.
Okay.
And yeah, that's
All right, so I put down that you're hiring an attorney. So I'm not sure when your next court date is because you're entering a plea of not guilty, which means that your next court date is going to be an actual trial calendar call, meaning that you'll be ready for the trial. You need to get an attorney very quickly. And the reason is because they need to communicate with the state and get the discovery that the state is required to provide to them so that they can prepare to defend you. So the quicker you get an attorney, the easier it will be for them to assist you with the management of your case. And you are not guaranteed a continuance if you don't get one by the time we have a trial calendar. So you want to work on that as soon as possible.
Okay.
All right. All right. So you're entering the plea of not guilty. You're going to hire your own attorney. Did you receive notice at the address where you are currently in Massachusetts?
No, I received notice at my address in Georgia.
Okay, well, you have to change your address so that you can get notice. If you miss notice and a bench warrant issues, then you may be extradited to the state of Georgia and face a revocation of your bond, meaning that you'll stay in jail until such time as your case is adjudicated. So you need to contact the state court of Clayton County Clerk's office, and they'll instruct you how to change your mailing
I'm
address.
aware of the process. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So you're free to go at this time. Just remember that you're still under bond conditions. And if you were to have contact with the alleged victim in this case, you could still have your bond revoked and be remanded to jail. You could also still be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. Stevie Payne. Bradley Moody is the attorney.
I believe they filed a waiver on this case, Your Honor, on October 29th.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because my calendar doesn't show it, which means they just filed it.
And then for the court's information, the defendant also has an open case that's not on the calendar. And I can give you the case number, but it's 2021 CR 08476. That case actually precedes this case, so I'm not sure why that case is on the calendar as well, but he has two open cases, Your Honor.
All right, so I'll go ahead and accept the waiver for both, even though the attorney may not know that about the other case. I'll just, once he makes contact, if he contacts your office, just let him know about the other case, and maybe he can do a global resolution if that's his intention.
Well, it's my understanding that he is on the other case. He was on the other case first.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I'll accept the waiver for both. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. Atika Temperous Shoemake. Atika Temperous Shoemake.
Morning, Judge. Mr. Shoemake's present in the courtroom, and he had requested an attorney to assist him.
All right. You just be an appointment order.
Thank you, Your Honor. We do need the documents from the state as well, discovery, police reports, and any lab reports.
Okay. Will I have someone bring copies down to you?
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next on the calendar is Jashawn Dontriel Smith. Jashawn Dontriel Smith.
Your Honor, state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Last call. Oh, there's
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Smith. All right. So, Mr. Smith, you're charged with no proof of insurance, improper lane change, following too close, seatbelt violation, and brake lights. So, sir, did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to represent yourself?
I do. Represent myself because I had insurance. Yeah, I have insurance, so I can represent myself.
Okay, hold on, because there's too many people talking. Who's in there with you?
My mother.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm old enough.
You what?
I'm old enough. I'm 25.
Okay, old enough is not what I asked you. I'm asking you a question for a specific reason. So if you tell me you old enough, you might not
He
be
was just
old enough for
listening.
what I intend.
Yes, ma'am. I apologize. He
I'm
was
not the
just
one you
listening.
get flipped with, Mr. Smith. I'm trying to look out for you, okay?
Yeah.
All right. So first of all, did you, because I couldn't hear because too many people talking. Did you wish to have an attorney or did you wish to represent yourself?
I can represent myself.
Okay. And because you're over the age of 21, I'll accept your waiver. Now, do you currently have proof of insurance?
Yes, no.
No.
Yes.
Yes, you do. Okay. And let's see.
Your Honor, could I ask for an email from the defendant so we can have a proof of that insurance?
Yes. So, Mr. Smith, do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes, no.
Okay. So go to the chat function. When you see the name in blue, click on that and go down to ASG Bing, B-I-N-G. Please click on that and send her your phone number and email address so that she can get the information from you. She's going to want to see your proof of insurance. Okay?
Yeah, what's the name again?
Bing. You're looking for ASG Bing.
I see it.
Okay. All right. So send her your information. She's going to send you back what she needs to see regarding your charges and what the possible sentence recommendation is. Okay.
Okay. Well.
All right. Thank you. And we'll be back to you as soon as just go ahead and mute your device and we'll be back to you as soon as there's some information.
All right.
All right. Next is Italia Keys Stywell. Italia Stywell.
State removed for a bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
All right. Are they in the courtroom, Mr. Taylor?
They're not in the courtroom, Your Honor. We've left a message with the telephone number that we have and also sent her Zoom information by email. We haven't had direct contact with Ms. Stywell.
All right. Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be issued. All right. Next on the calendar is Mark Antonio Usher. Mark Antonio Usher.
Mr. Usher present?
Say for bench warrant bench warrant on case number ending in 08609, and then bench warrant bond forfeiture for case ending in 4333, and bench warrant for case ending in 4413.
Oh, wow. Mr. Usher likes to speed. Interesting. Yeah, send me that bond forfeiture. I mean, with a hotness. Yeah, that's of interest to the court.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's a bit much. All right, so that is the end of the calendar. Yes.
Hello.
I can't hear you.
I was wondering, did you call Jawan Timmons?
Jawan who?
I believe he's on a later calendar.
Yeah, I don't. This is the 10.
Hello.
Okay.
Yes,
This is the 10 o'clock calendar. I think you're on an 11 o'clock or 1 o'clock calendar, sir. Okay, do you not? Hello? Okay. All right.
And Your Honor, the state has an announcement whenever you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
Page 1, Flores, the state is going to non-process that case.
All right. All right. So Ms. Flores, you're free to go at this time, ma'am. Just make sure that you do what you need to do to maintain your license and everything in good stead, okay? All right. James Jamar Johnson, we need a breakout. He's going to be speaking with his attorney. Also Lewis and McFavors. McFavors is in the courtroom. And Lewis's video, Johnson is video. Payne is a waiver. Moyes is going to hire her own attorney and is a not guilty. Shoemake is in the courtroom and will be speaking with the attorney. Stywell and Usher are bond forfeitures, as is Adams, and bench warrants, I'm sorry, as is Adams. and the state is speaking with Smith, who's entered a waiver and he's over 21. Okay. All right. So Mr. Yes.
Hey, Judge. When you have a moment, we were hoping that you might take a plea from a 2021 case. I have a solicitor here that's going to do it. It's from Judge Garrett's courtroom, but he had some place to be. Mr. Tipton and I and my client are here. I've got a case number and we've got a resolution. Which is
Okay.
Your Honor.
What's the case number?
It's a 2021 CR 07238. Dewan Helms, Helms. He was cited with a brake light and a speeding violation.
All right. Where's Mr. Helms?
Mr. Helms, he's here in the courtroom with us along with.
Come on, we can do this right now.
Thank you. And Your Honor, for edification purposes, Mr. Tipton will be laying the factual basis.
Okay, no problem. Mr. Helms, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on 2021 CR 07238 for brake lights and violation and speeding. You're represented by Attorney Ruff, who's with you at the podium. Mr. Ruff, what is your client plea to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, I believe the state is offering the brake light citation for non-pros. He'll be pleading guilty to the amended accusation for speeding, 69 and a 55.
All right. So the brake lights, no pros, speeding is amended.
From 72 and a 55, Your Honor, down to 69 and a 55. Mr. Helms, the end of the court.
Hello.
Okay, hold on, sir. Whoever's saying hello, I just need to finish this, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, she can hear me now. Thank you, ma'am.
I can hear you. Thank you. All right. Thanks for working on that, and I'll be back to you.
And Your Honor, so the court is aware.
Okay.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Tipton.
Your Honor, so the court is aware I've already amended the accusation, so it currently reads as 69 in a 55, and the specific subsection of the code is what the new accusation has associated with it.
All right, sounds good. All right, so sir, by entering this plea of guilty to the amended accusation, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present evidence and testimony on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis recommendation. I have the, recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. The recommendation is a $100 fine. Did the court want the factual basis as well?
No, I'm fine if y'all stipulate.
All right, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so Mr. Helms, the fine is going to be $100. The surcharges will make that a total of $151.50. Did you wish to pay that today, or did you need additional time?
Today.
Okay, when you go downstairs, you're going to go down to the second floor of this building, right below where you are right now. When you come back through the double doors, you're going to go to your left and continue around to the corner, and you'll see the signs for traffic court. You're going to go to the traffic court window, and you'll pay your fines and fees, and they'll give you your paperwork, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to need you to slow down, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time this morning, Your Honor. Appreciate
No problem, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. That completes my business. May I be excused?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Tipton. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Lynch, I know y'all are speaking to Johnson, Lewis, McFavors, Shoemake, and then Smith is still speaking with the state. So when y'all are ready with announcements, let me know.
Your Honor, I do have a brief announcement.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Adam Willie is present on Zoom. He previously missed a court date for an arraignment and had a bench warrant issued. He's been trying to get back onto the Zoom to show his presence to the court that he is did not intentionally miss his arraignment previously. I think he didn't receive notice. However, he has told me that he's updated his address with the court, and so we're requesting that the bench warrant be withdrawn.
Okay,
And I can
Mr.
give you the case number as well.
All right, go ahead and give me the case number.
2021 CR 08084.
That's 2021 CR 08084.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And this is Mr. Willie.
Willie.
All right, so Mr. Willie, you've got your address updated for us.
Mr. Willie, there.
There he is.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so keep in touch with your attorneys. Make sure that if you move again or anything changes about your contact information, that you'll let us know as soon as you can, okay?
I will.
All right, so he's going to go just on the next calendar, Mr. Taylor? Or did he want to enter an arraignment plea?
I haven't had a chance to talk to him about the specifics of the case, so I'd ask for him to be put on the next arraignment calendar. So if I can get a copy of this, make sure I have a copy of the police report and accusation and enter appropriately.
All right, and Mr. Willie, we're going to go ahead and remove the bench warrant. We'll do a bench warrant set aside for you. All right, so keep in touch with your attorneys, all right, for me?
All right, thank you.
Willie, I will reach out to you or your wife. I do have your email, and I believe I have your phone number as well.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right.
All right, so there's a gentleman in red with locks, with the Samsung. Sir, what's your name for me?
Mr. Usher.
Mark Usher? Mr. Usher.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
Man, am I
saying
glad
hello
you
to
are
her.
here. First of all, Mr. Usher, you got 4 speeding cases in front of me.
Why?
That's what I was going to ask you. How? Why? How now, Brown Cow?
I know about 2.
Well,
But
I'm
I
about to
don't
enlighten
know
you about
4.
all of them. Here we go. So I do not see that you have an attorney representing you. So you have that right. If you choose to have an attorney, I can appoint one, or you can have one that you get yourself. But let me just tell you, 2021 CR 08609, 35 plus miles an hour and improper lane change. We're getting into super speeder territory, which will jeopardize your ability to drive with the Department of Driver Services. Then 2023.
Does this say where that ticket was happening? I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Hold on. I'm
Yes,
just
ma'am.
telling you what the charges are. 2023 CR 04333, 31 to 34 miles an hour. Case 2023 CR 04413, speeding 26 to 30 miles an hour, improper lane change, following too close. So, sir, you got 4 speeding related, 3 speeding related charges in like the space of 2 years. I'm not sure what's going on. Are you driving an ambulance and you didn't have your uniform on, or what's going on?
No, ma'am. Like I say, I know about 2, and I'm only guilty of 1. I'm guilty of 1.
Hold on. Do you want an attorney, or do you want to represent yourself?
Do I need an attorney for?
I can't tell you that. I don't know whether you need an attorney or not.
Because, like I say, I know about 2 of the tickets. The one with the improper lane change, speeding, that's not guilty. I'm gonna plead not guilty to that. But if you think I need an attorney, then yes, ma'am, I would need an attorney.
What I think is not, it doesn't matter, because first of all, I'm not allowed to tell you one way or the other. You get to choose. I don't make the determination for you. I can't even tell you what your situation is. If you want an attorney, you get one. If you don't, that's fine.
Okay. I would like one appointed for me.
Okay. So, Mr. Lynch, Mr. Usher, do you know how to use the chat function?
No, ma'am, but I heard.
Okay. Yeah. So if you touch your screen right next to your name, then you'll see a box with 3 dots show up. In that box, you just click on that, and it'll say the pull down menu will have chat. Oh, he's frozen.
Uh-oh.
I thought we were doing well for a minute.
Yeah,
Okay.
we here.
All right. So if you touch the screen next to your name, you'll see a blue box with 3 white dots. Click on that. you'll see chat. Click on chat. And in the blue box that has everyone or whatever name is in that blue box, you're going to go ahead and click on the blue box and see a pull down menu. You're going to go down to courtroom 304. And then when you see courtroom 304, you're going to put your phone number, your full name, and your email address in that box and send.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Johnson, hold on. I see you're going to be connected with Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch in a moment. Just give me some time to kind of move some things around, okay?
And I do have an announcement on that case whenever you're ready, Judge.
I'm ready now, sir.
I have, so Mr. James Jamar Johnson is going to enter a not guilty plea today.
Okay.
The alleged victim was on the call and wanted to connect with the solicitor's office, but for our purposes, Mr. Johnson will be entering a not guilty plea unless there's any reason he should stick around.
All right. So the reason to stick around, Mr. Johnson, is you're still under bond conditions that say you're not to have any contact with the alleged victim in this case. It is possible that you may not be able to go to a particular location per the bond conditions. If you were to violate your bond conditions, you could be charged with the felony of aggravated stalking, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both, or misdemeanors, or you could have your bond revoked and spend the remainder of your time in jail until your case is resolved, or all three of those things could happen. So please be mindful that you're not to reach out to, even through a third party, to the person who is listed as the victim in this case. All right, you're free to go at this time, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, I do have another announcement if you're ready.
I am.
For Mr. Jaquan Asim Lewis.
Yes.
We are going to enter a plea today to the 2024 CR 07410, which is the driving on a suspended license and some other charges. We'll take the negotiated recommendation from the state, pleading NOLO. And for the shoplifting charge, we will be entering a not guilty plea today. That's 2020 CR 07989.
Well, please let Mr. Lewis know that a 2020 case, that's an old case on my calendar. I haven't seen many of those. So we're going to go ahead and make sure that gets tried immediately. So be prepared. All right. So is he ready to go forward on the plea for the traffic offenses?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Lewis, if you could please turn on your camera.
Mr. Lewis, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2024 CR 07410 for driving on a suspended or revoked license, no license, giving a false name, address, or date of birth, counts 3 and 4, and improper turn, improper signal. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. Mr. Lynch is with you at the podium. What are you, Mr. Lynch, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Judge, pursuant to the negotiated plea, we would ask the court to take a NOLO plea to count 1 and to count 3. I believe the remaining charges will be null pros pursuant to the recommendation.
All right, by entering a plea of no contest or NOLO to counts 1 and 3, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the you give up the right to present evidence and testimony to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about August the 12th of 2024, pursuant to the probable cause affidavit that was completed by Officer A. Coley Hebron, COLEY-HEBRON, at Jonesboro Road and Forest Parkway, Clayton County, Georgia. Officer Coley Hebron observed the defendant operating a white Toyota Corolla, again at the intersection of Jonesboro Road, Forest Parkway. The defendant entered into the right turning lane to travel westbound onto Forest Parkway without using the right signal. Officer Coley Hebron conducted a traffic stop at that time. Upon speaking with the defendant, he initially provided the name of Sharif, SHARIFF Lewis, with a date of birth of November the 12th of 1995 out of Connecticut. While speaking with the defendant, he consented to a search of the vehicle. A vehicle search revealed his wallet was located inside the vehicle under the driver's seat. At that time, officers did look at his identification and found that his real name was Jaquan Lewis with a date of birth of August the 28th of 1989. Your Honor, at this time, the state's recommendation for count 1 is 12 months to serve, 4 days, balance probated, a fine of $500. To terminate upon completion, the state is going to not prosecute counts 2, 4, and 5, and for count 3, 12 months to serve, 4 days, balance suspended, and the defendant is to have no further violation of the law and to run concurrent with count 1.
Judge, you're muted.
Mr. Lynch?
Yes, Judge. That is what we spoke about. The only consideration is because basically the only condition here is that he pay a $500 fine. We would ask if Your Honor would just allow him the 60-day pay period if the state does not object to that. He said he can pay that within 60 days.
Okay, Mr. Lewis, Sharif is your brother, isn't he?
Mhm.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Lewis, let me tell you a little story. So let's imagine with me, if you will, as the storytellers say, that your brother's driving along and he gets pulled over by the police. And the police say, hey man, you know, you missed a court date. There's a warrant for your arrest, because he didn't know he had a court date. And he says, no, I don't have anything. I haven't been pulled over in years. I don't know what you're talking about. And it escalates because the police are looking at a warrant that says Sharif Lewis, and he knows he hasn't been pulled over. Who you think wins that encounter?
The police.
Okay. So when the person is laying face down on the ground on the cement, and you know all kinds of police cars are coming to handle the situation, I don't want you, if something bad happens to your brother, to stand on the courthouse steps calling for justice, because his situation would have been solely because you gave his name.
Mm-hmm.
Is this a brother you like, or you just really can't stand him?
No, that's my brother I trust, because I already told him I was going to do it, because I was on the way to picking up my kids at the time, and nobody else could get them at the time. So I was just.
But sir, if you had told the police that, they might have let you go on a ticket, or you could have called. They would have asked you, let you call somebody. The whole point is you put your brother in jeopardy. And when you do this slick stuff of, oh yeah, I'm gonna just give somebody else's name, we can open phones with our fingerprints and with our faces now. You think they're not gonna figure out who you are?
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't. It was just like I said, I wasn't even really thinking for real. I was just.
This is what I want young people to start doing. I don't know how many times I hear, well, I wasn't really thinking, you know. I want young people to start thinking. Some
people don't have composure. I
get that, Mr. Lewis, but when you panic, the first thing panic should do is not have you throw somebody else under the bus. Panic should have you telling them, look, I'm trying to get my kids, and I'm just nervous that I won't be able to get them on time. At that point, a lot of police officers be like, okay, call somebody to either get your kids or to come get your car. A lot of police officers are parents too, so they know. But you throw somebody else under the bus, you're going to forget that you threw him under the bus, and he's going to get pulled over, forgetting that you told him, yo, man, I got this ticket out there for you. That's not a good thing, Mr. Lewis. It's not a good thing, okay? I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 3, I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 4 days. Balance will be suspended as long as you pay a $500 fine. That's going to be $737.50 within 60 days. Failure to do so could result in an arrest warrant. Also, count 3, 12 months to serve 4 days, balance suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. That'll run concurrent with count 1. Counts 2, 4, and 5 will be no pros. All right. And you'll be back with the not guilty plea. You'll be back on the trial calendar for the 2020 case. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
And
Your Honor, can I make an announcement about Mr. Smith?
Yes.
As he's provided his current insurance, and
Yes.
we'd like to no pros that count.
Yes.
However, the improper lane change, we're recommending $85 fine. Following too closely would be $85 fine, and the seatbelt $50 fine, brake light $70 fine.
All right. Mr. Smith, did you wish to enter a plea to those offenses?
Can you repeat that one more time? I'm sorry.
It'll be
The fine?
85, 85, 50, and 70.
Okay.
All right. Did you wish to enter a plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he NOLO eligible?
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
85.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but could I verify for Mr. Lewis that the time 4 days on each count was credit for time served?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. See, everybody make sure I don't mess up. All right, 1 second. I'll be right back, Ms. Bing.
Okay, thank you.
Of course, come on.
All right, ma'am. You said that you had you were checking for whether he's NOLO eligible.
Your Honor, are you speaking with me?
Yes.
Yes, I believe he is, but we can go ahead and dismiss all of the fines for him.
Okay.
Except the improper lane change.
Okay. And he's NOLO eligible for that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So are you saying you're no crossing those, or are you suspending the fines?
No problem.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Bing is being very kind today. So you were able to show proof of insurance. So that part of the charge will be no crossed, okay?
Okay.
For count 2, improper lane change. You said the improper lane change or the following too close, Ms. Bing?
The improper lane change.
Okay. So the improper lane change would be a fine of $85. With the surcharges, it's going to be a little bit over, around $100. And you could enter a plea of NOLO. The NOLO would help you with points on your license because it is a moving offense. So it would help you avoid points on your license if you wish to use your NOLO plea. And then the remainder of the charges, 3, 4, and 5 will be no prost.
All right. Yeah, you're gonna do NOLO.
Okay. All right. So raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Mr. Smith, you're over 21 and you've chosen to represent yourself. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, so you're before the court for no insurance, no proof of insurance. That will be no prost. Improper lane change, you're entering a plea of NOLO, and counts 3, following 2 close, count 4 seatbelt violation, and count 5 brake lights. All of those will be no pros. So by entering this plea of no load to count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, or present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The factual basis, please.
Hi, yeah. So the officer notes that the defendant was following his patrol car really closely and pulled into the McDonald's, drove around the gas station to avoid the red traffic signal.
What's that?
That's it?
And
That's all that he's noted here. There's on the citation, but so that he had what, 4 or 5 citations for that?
Yeah. What was the reason he pulled him over?
Because I had cut through the gas station, but I was going to stop at this little burger spot, but it was closed, and I was going to pick up my son from school. It's right down the street, so I just stopped there and pulled back up. That's fine.
Mrs. Smith?
Yeah.
What I want you to learn is, if I'm asking somebody else the question, you don't answer the question, because I have a point to make. And so that's the reason I'm asking the question. You don't have the information I need. If I needed it from you, I would have asked you. We clear? I'm just trying to teach you a life lesson. Now, we done got your stuff down to $85. Work with me here, Mr. Smith. Just killing me. All right, Ms. May.
Okay, I'm sorry. I also should have given the date, and I realized that the date and location, which was March 25th, 2021 in Clayton County, but I realized that the notes from the officer are a little sparse. Yes, that's true. It probably makes more sense to, and it's the same amount, $85, to do the following 2 closely, because what I'm understanding from this is that the officer was actually also pulling into the McDonald's, and the defendant was tailgating him in order to cut the red light.
All right, that makes sense. Whew. All right, because I was looking at like, how did this get past problem? But anyway, all right. So, Mr. Smith, what the fine is going to be $85 with the surcharges. I'm not sure what that is because it's not on my schedule. I haven't memorized it. But what I'm going to ask you to do is, you know how to use the chat function?
Yes.
Okay, you're going to chat your email address to Miss Amanda Wright. She should probably be the first name that pops up when you see the chat. When you go into chat in the blue box, click on the blue box and the names come down. So you're looking for Amanda Wright, R-Y-T-E.
Hey, Amanda.
Yeah. You see it?
No, I don't see Amanda.
What do you see?
Yeah, I do. I see her now. I see
Okay.
her. Name, email, phone number.
Yeah, so you're going to send your email address and just make sure all of the letters and numbers are in the right place, because she's going to send you back your sentencing sheet. She's going to give you the information about, I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay the fines and fees. And the email will also include information about how to pay online or by phone if you want to do that, okay?
All right.
All right, so you'll have 60 days. Please don't miss that deadline or an arrest warrant could issue. We want to make sure we get through this and clear up everything, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
All right, take care, sir. All right, so now the only one I have outstanding on the 10 a.m. calendar, I have McFavors and Shoemake, I believe, are the last 2 cases. If I'm wrong, please let me know.
Judge, I believe in addition to
Oh, and Usher.
And I believe the state can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're still holding on getting accusations, recommendations, and police reports for both McFavors and Usher. We do have it for Mr. Shoemake, and I think Mr. Taylor may have an announcement for that case. Is that correct?
Okay,
Ms. Taylor, her request on shoemake
Okay.
by Chad.
okay. So I'm
Okay.
gonna go ahead and do the announcement for the 11 o'clock calendar. And then after that, we will, we can come back to those cases that we need to still visit for 10 o'clock.
Thank you, Judge.
No problem. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 11 o'clock arraignment calendar, courtroom 304. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is possibly the first time that your case has been before the calendar for the trial court. And this is where you'll find out what you're charged with. You'll have the opportunity to have yourself or you and your attorney speak with the state regarding your case and get information. Everyone's entitled to have an attorney. If you do not have an attorney representing you and you need one and can't afford one, please let me know at the time that your name is called, and then we can appoint an attorney who is here today. The court expects to hear 3 pleas. I anticipate I'll hear not guilty, guilty, or nolo, which is no contest. If I hear not guilty, that means that you're wishing to go to trial by jury or judge. Your trial will take place at a later date. You are entitled to have an attorney represent you at trial. If you insist on representing yourself, I do have to warn you that there are significant consequences that may come from that. The court cannot treat you any differently than they treat an attorney who is skilled in the and knowledgeable in the rules of procedure and the rules of evidence and courtroom procedure. And so you may be at a disadvantage in getting your information into the record of the court as evidence because you will not know how to do it through the rules of procedure and evidence. And so please be mindful that if you intend to represent yourself, it could significantly damage the presentation of your case. Ladies and gentlemen, please mute your devices. But if you go to trial, understand that the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to present any evidence or testimony. The Fifth Amendment rights from the Constitution of the United States state that you do not have to present evidence or testimony or in any way incriminate yourself. So you just have to show up for trial, and it is the state's burden to prove the case against you. Now, if you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that your conviction was a mistake, then you would have the opportunity to appeal it within 30 days of the court's verdict to an appellate court, and the appellate court might make a different decision. These are all the rights that come with having a trial. If you wish to enter a plea of guilty, it means that you believe you're guilty of the offenses before the court, even if you don't agree with every part of the factual basis as stated by the state's attorney. You do believe that you're guilty and the court will sentence you. You will have the opportunity to speak with the state, or your attorney will have the opportunity to speak with the state to discuss a possible sentence in your case and bring that before the court. If you are entering a plea of nolo, that is no contest. It means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could present before a court, and it might result in your conviction. You're not contesting the evidence, but you're also not entering a plea of guilty to the evidence. You just wish to move your case forward with a no contest plea. Now, a nolo plea has benefits, particularly with traffic offenses. A nolo plea could help you avoid points on your license. It could also help you avoid the it could help you avoid the penalty of suspension of your license. And so please be mindful of that. A couple of things. If you are under 21 and you're a driver who has traffic offenses, please understand that you only need 6 points to suspend your license. And that's a hard suspension. It's not like if you were 21 or over. 6 points will suspend your license for longer than if you were 21 or over. You'll get a 6-month suspension, which means you will not get a permit to drive for school or work. So please be mindful of that. Also, if you have a commercial driver's license, a CDL, and you wish to enter a plea or go to trial, you need to know what either of those decisions is going to do to your CDL. We cannot tell you or give you that information. We just don't know. And so if you wish to enter a plea of not guilty while you are preparing for trial, you can do whatever investigation is necessary to determine what might happen to your commercial driver's license, so that when you come back for trial, if you choose to enter a plea at that time, the court will be fine with that, but at least you will know what will happen to your CDL and your ability to earn a living for yourself and for your family. All right. So being mindful of these things, I'm going to call the calendar. When I call the calendar, I need to know that you are here. Otherwise, please keep your devices muted so that we can conduct business with the other individuals in the courtroom. All right. First case on the calendar is Deshaun Jamal Allen.
I'm here.
All right. I know, because I heard you all through my speech.
I apologize.
All right. So, sir, you're before the court for expired plate or decal, no insurance, and stopping on the roadway. Do you need an attorney to assist you, sir, or did you wish to represent yourself?
I believe I can represent myself.
Are you over the age of 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, sir, do you have your decal, your current decal and insurance at this time?
I'm not driving right now.
Okay, you don't have a vehicle at this time?
No, ma'am.
How are you getting around?
I'm
One
sorry.
more time.
How are you getting around?
Uber.
Uber, okay. Your Honor, takes on a non-process case.
All right, so Mr. Allen, when you do get a car, please understand that it's necessary to make sure that you have all of the proper information, insurance and decal and all of that. That's priority, okay?
Yeah, I understand it.
It's okay. The case is going to be no prost at this time, but I just want to make sure that we're not back here again, okay? You're free to go at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
No problem.
All right. All right, Michaela Janae Brown. Michaela Janae Brown.
I'm here.
All right, Ms. Brown, may I see you, please? Ms. Brown, I have the offense of theft by shoplifting for you, but I do not see that you have an attorney. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
If I request an attorney, will I be like rescheduled to another date, or would I still?
You'll get one today.
Judge, I have to mention that she would likely need a conflict attorney. We are currently appointed to the co-defendant in this matter.
Okay, well, we'll get you at we'll get you an attorney who will have you at another date, because the current attorneys are conflicted from your case.
Okay.
All right. Did you wish to have an attorney?
No, I'll represent myself.
All right. How old are you, ma'am?
23.
Okay. So you're representing yourself. You're over 21. Is this Miss Bing or Miss Hagler?
This will be me, Your Honor. The state's offer at this time is 12 months probation, a fine of $200. The defendant is to complete the theft prevention class, 40 hours of community service, and the defendant is to not return to the incident location.
All right. So Ms. Brown, that will be 12 months probation. The probation fee is, I think, is $52 a month. A $200 fine, that'll be $298. A theft prevention class, I don't know how much that is. And 40 hours of community service, and you're not to go back to the incident location. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you wish to take a plea?
Yes, ma'am. Do I go ahead and give my plea now?
Hold on. Let me, I'll walk you through it, okay? All right, 1 second. All right. Is she eligible for a NOLO, Ms. Hagler?
Well, Your Honor, I wasn't accepting a NOLO for this offense.
All right. Ms. Brown, Are you ready to plead? You're entering a guilty plea to this offense?
Yes.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 08269. Michaela Janae Brown, theft by shoplifting. You're entering a plea of guilty. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Did you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about Wednesday, June 2nd, 2021, Clayton County Sheriff's Deputy Mauricio Cox was working an approved extra job at 7050 Spur 85, Riverdale, Georgia 30274, also known as Walmart, Clayton County, Georgia. While working, he was called to the Walmart Loss Prevention Office in reference to a theft. Upon arrival to the Loss Prevention Office, he met with Jessica Lumpkin, who was the complainant, as well as the Walmart Loss Prevention Officer. Ms. Lampkin stated that while observing on closed circuit TV, she observed two African-American females, later identified as Marisha Ann Cooper, the co-defendant, and Michaela Janae Brown at the self-checkout registers. Ms. Lampkin stated that while the self-checkout register number 48, the defendant and her co-defendant failed to scan items before placing items straight into shopping bags. Ms. Lampkin stated that the defendant and the co-defendant finished checking out and proceeded to exit with the unpaid items, passing all points of sale. At that point, the defendant and her co-defendant were approached by the Walmart staff at the exit door, and determined that the items were totaled at $65.09 that were not paid for. Your Honor, the state's recommendations, a 12-month probation, a fine of $200. The defendant is to complete the theft prevention course, complete 40 hours of community service, and the defendant is to not return to 7050 Spur 85, Riverdale, Georgia 30274, also known as the Walmart. And the state is not accepting any nolo pleas on this case.
Okay. Ms. Brown, the court is going to accept your plea of guilty to shoplifting. You sentence you to 12 months to probation, a fine in the amount of $200. That's going to be $298 with the surcharges. You take the theft prevention course and show proof to your probation officer. You'll do 40 hours of community service, and you're not to go back to the any Walmart in Clayton County. Ms. Brown, the 85 Walmart is the most stolen from Walmart probably in the state of Georgia. And I'm safer in Walmart than I am anywhere else in the state of Georgia because they have more cameras than they have anywhere else in the state of Georgia. And so I just tell you that they're so used to being stolen from. Nobody is slick going into Walmart to steal. I mean, they're going to catch you. Whether they prosecute you or not is another thing, but they always know. So please be mindful that it's not worth it. Whatever you stole from them is not worth the amount of money and time that you're about to give up. And theft by shoplifting is sometimes called a crime of moral turpitude, which means it probably will be harder for you to get a job that requires a background check. You understand these things?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the probation intake expert, and she's going to give you all the information you need to know. But most importantly is please do not miss your probation reports because that's the quickest way to get rearrested, okay? All right, I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss James. Make sure you ask her any questions that you have that you might need to know regarding probation with respect to like childcare or transportation or any of those things, because we're here to make sure you successfully complete your probation, all right?
Okay,
All
thank you.
right. Hold on a second. Let me put you in the breakout room with Miss James, all right? And once you're finished, you don't have to come back here. You can just go on about your business, all right?
Okay, thank you.
All right, Miss Brown, you and Miss James will be in breakout room number 6. You should see the invitation now. All righty. All right. Miss Barthel, I saw your chat. It's the traffic offense. There's really not. I think they've already worked that out. So I don't think that's going to be a big deal if you don't. I mean, I know you're here in support of Miss Telfair, but it's not that big of a deal if you. It's just the traffic stuff. Nothing's going to change about anything else we talked about. So that's up to you, because I know you had a concern about having to get to work. All righty.
I spoke to someone earlier this morning, and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
thought it was also on another case besides the traffic.
No, that was yesterday.
I'm confused.
No, that was Tuesday. Tuesday.
It was
Must have been,
Yesterday. No, it was Tuesday.
It was motion day.
Yep.
Or it was,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. So we did that already.
confused.
Miss Vanessa, just talk to Miss Ebony, okay? And she already knows, or you can talk to Miss Telfair, but they already know that's already happened. So this is just the traffic offense.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, the defendant
Yes, ma'am.
does have an open case from September of 2020, September 26th of 2024, that I was going to bring to the court's attention. I just accused it on yesterday. She does have an open case that has not been into the calendar, Ms. Telfair. It appears that's what we were talking about. It appears.
So I have from Miss Telfair that she had an outstanding traffic offense. That's why we did the.
And which is on today's calendar, Judge, I believe.
Yeah, and then I don't see another one. The other ones look like they were closed through some other mechanism.
Correct, but she also has another case from September that I just accused yesterday.
From this September of 2024?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, September 26th.
Okay, what's it for?
Simple battery. Give me 1 second. Oh, I have it right here. So it's for simple battery and then 2 counts of criminal trespass for a total of 3 counts. And the victim is Miss Ebony Bartell in that case.
Okay.
So her sister.
Yeah, I don't even see that on here.
Yes, it didn't make it probably because I accused it probably too late before the counter went out, but I did accuse, like I say, yesterday. So maybe that's why.
All right, so Mr. Lynch, does that change what you want to do with the traffic offenses today?
Well, no, Judge. I mean, obviously we just resolved a couple cases for Ms. Telfair.
Ms. Telfair.
And so I would, to be honest, I'm not 100% sure what we were going to do with the traffic offenses, because when we made the announcement, hey, we're going to wait for the traffic offense to be arraigned, we were hoping that would give our client a little bit of time to try to get the license, and then I didn't realize it was going to be the next day. So I was still going to confirm with her whether we're going to resolve that today.
Okay, well, if we want to move them so we can get both of them together, I would prefer to get everything done instead of just keep bringing folk back.
I would agree with that, Judge. My only I would agree with that, Judge.
All right, so can we just put these out maybe 2-3 weeks so that one, Ms. Bartell, Ms. Ebony, and Ms. Vanessa don't have to like miss work or in the same month for the same issues, and 2, so that we can make sure that anything that's outstanding can catch up so that we can get everything done.
Judge, may I please have a word?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Vanessa.
I spoke earlier this morning to the victim advocate. I'm
Yes,
not for
ma'am.
sure she's on here.
She is.
Oh, okay. I know I wasn't there on the 29th when she had the other case.
Yes, ma'am.
But Sierra's not ready. She relapsed, and I'm gonna have to give her tough love. She relapsed yesterday. She's been on it, drinking all night. I haven't got any sleep. She called the police to my daughter, who's keeping her son, taking him to school, to their house yesterday. for a child welfare check claiming kidnapping because she was so intoxicated. I can't keep dividing my family trying to save Sierra. I signed a bond to get her out, thinking she had learned. She's intoxicated now, probably why she's not showing her face. And I'm aware that you gave her another time, but Sierra needs help. She's not a bad person. She's not a person, but she cannot keep relapsing. It's tearing my family. We're all divided.
Yes,
not the case. September 26th, I spoke to someone earlier today. I couldn't get a name because I was just so emotionally drained. No sleep. Because he had been up all night on it. And I'm so upset and disappointed because I signed the bond thinking she was ready. She's not ready. She's not a bad person. But I didn't want her on the streets homeless, but Sierra needs some mental help and some alcohol treatment help. I didn't even know, I'm realizing now, I found vodka bottles in head and all that. She don't have a vehicle. I'm finding out DoorDash is sending her alcohol. Ebony, no, I'm not lying. Ebony, you know I'm not lying. It went to the point where it took me over the edge. And it was so ironic that I had to be here today, is that she called the police to my daughter's Brandy and her husband's house. Brandy takes care of my grandson with her son. They're about a year apart. She made sure he's fed, he's bathed, he's clean, he go to school every day. He's happy. My grandson, I hate to say it, he's 6 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
Mama is angry. Mama's been drinking. He don't want to be around Sierra. Sierra got mad yesterday because she was screaming and hollering and drunk. Take me to see my son. I didn't want him to see her intoxicated. It smelled like alcohol. She called the police to Brandy's house. Sent the police there for a welfare check like my daughter did something to her son, who don't even want to be around her right now. So I'm saying it, and it's tough love. Sierra is not ready. I regret even signing a bond a couple of days to get her out. Sierra needs help. She's not a bad person, but I'm afraid she's gonna drink herself to death. You see all her charges, y'all see them. She's gonna run up, not on family this time. Some stranger out there could really hurt her. Because I don't think Sierra realized what she's doing when she's drinking. And I'm telling y'all, I'm pleading, she needs help. And it's tearing my family apart, and more importantly, my grandson. My grandson don't even want to be around her. And that's the truth. And what she did yesterday to call the police to the house, with the one place where this boy's been well taken care of, going to school every day, not missing school. He's happy. What she did was so low that I haven't even got any sleep. And I called this morning, I don't know who I spoke to, but I told him I wanted to speak to you. So I remember last time I was in court with you all and tell you Sierra's not ready. I'm sorry, but she's not ready. And I'm pleading for help. She's not ready. And Ebony, no, I ain't lying. Now that thing on September the 26th, Ebony, you know that shouldn't even been called. I mean, I told you when I left with the baby, I would wink my eye, like say you called the police, hoping that she could turn down and stop it. I didn't really want you to call for real.
Well, I had to because somebody had to take a stand against Sierra, and I'm tired of it.
But still,
I
it didn't have to be no
more. Talk about the fact of the case, please.
Miss Ebony and Miss Vanessa. So, Miss Ebony, you've observed this behavior also, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and that's why I had to stand my ground because they don't like to they try to hide what's going on, and I'm tired of hiding it. You know, I wanted to go ahead and tell the truth.
I got you. This is why I talked to Miss Telfair the way I did before, because Miss Telfair, like I said, the stigma is in not getting treatment. The stigma is in sitting behind closed doors. The stigma is in causing harm, psychological harm to your child because he has to see you like this. That's the bad stuff. The good stuff is seeking treatment. The good stuff is fighting the fight to get better. The good stuff is, you know, your family is supportive of you. Everything I'm hearing now is not, we can't stand Sierra, we don't like her, she's a bad person. It is, we are frustrated, we are tired, we want better for her. And we want Sierra to realize that that if she keeps going down this road, it's not going to end well. And Miss Telfair, let me just tell you, every hard drinking alcoholic that I know, some I have loved deeply. I have a couple of uncles who just my heart, my favorite people in the world, but both of them died early because of alcohol, and they're not the only ones. And so I want you to know that, you know, your family cares about you, even though it's hard for them to have to expose you in this way. They care enough to fight for you to fight. You know, and it is tiring when you are supporting someone who has an issue, an addiction, because they have no control over the addiction. They know that the addiction controls you, but they have no control over the addiction. Okay. So we're going to move this calendar because I'm not even sure you are in the frame of mind where you are competent to agree to anything that your attorney would suggest at this time. Okay.
I don't think she'll even come on camera right now because she really not. She really.
I see her. I'm looking at her.
Oh, she is.
She's on camera. So Miss, is she in the home with you, Miss Vanessa?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. Yeah.
All right. So Miss Telfair, remember that part of your sentence too was not to have any violent or harassing contact with family members. And it seems like that may already have been violated from Tuesday to today. Are you hearing me, Miss Telfair?
Ms. Telfair, if you could just acknowledge that you heard the judge. You don't have to agree.
She heard me. Ms. Telfair, we had a great conversation, but like I said, the last thing I want anybody who has an addiction to do is to lie to themselves. You can lie to me all day because I'm going to see through it. I see so clearly through people. That's why I knew that, you know, you didn't just fall off fall into this. Something's triggering it. But the problem is when you lie to yourself and say, well, I'm not an addict, I can fix it, I'm good. Then what happens is when nobody's looking, your addiction comes back with full force, and then you're up all night drinking. All right. So I just want you to know that the actions that you take have far-reaching consequences. If your son sees you in this state, he will never forget it. That might be something that y'all can repair later, but you're going to have to do the work to do that. Otherwise, what you got is a kid who's going to remember his mom at her worst, when what he needs to see is her at her best. All right, so we're going to go ahead and move forward with catching up with that other case that's out there. We're going to look for any other cases that might be hanging out there. Please be mindful that you calling the police is, unless there's some serious danger to you or someone, you know, near you, that's probably not the best thing for you. Because the police are probably going to arrest you as opposed to arresting somebody else. Are we clear?
It already happened before. She called the police on herself before.
Yeah, sure did.
So Ms. Telfair, I'm going to need you to, you can exit the hearing at this time. Your probation officers will be given information regarding what happened today. And then we'll move forward from that point. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vanessa and Ms. Ebony. I'm going to try and push out whatever hearing we have next far enough out to where you aren't like missing work or whatever you have to do to be here. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. And we're going to do the best we can to help Ms. Telfair. I don't believe she's a bad person. I just believe
she's not. She really
that
is
addiction, it has taken over.
Right, right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Love you, Mom.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right. So that case, I'm sorry, I kind of had to jump around and get that done. So the next case on the calendar, one second, just let me do this.
And Your Honor, do you need the case number for the open case that I just accused yesterday? Do you need
Yeah,
that case?
give that to Mr. Lynch.
Okay, you ready to get down, Mr. Lynch?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, it's 2024 CR 08697.
Okay.
Thank you.
What are the charges, if you don't mind?
Simple battery and then 2 counts of criminal trespass.
Okay. And then that and the traffic case, those should be the only 2 outstanding, hopefully, right?
That I'm tracking, but we're gonna do, I'm gonna make sure once we conclude court that there isn't any other ones that needs to be accused.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, next is Marissa Ann Cooper. That's the one that Mr. Lynch is on.
Yes, Judge. I saw Ms. Cooper on the call. In fact, she even sent a message or I'm sorry.
I see Ms. Cooper. Ms. Cooper, may I see you, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Cooper, I sent you a chat asking for your number because the number that our office had, which ends in 0418, was not in service when we called. Could you chat me your current phone number and your email address so I can talk to you about how you want to the matter on today's calendar?
Yes, sir.
You see where I chatted you?
No, I'm actually looking for it now.
So if you click on the chat, you should be able to, it would be courtroom 304, or you can just chat to courtroom 304, your current number and email if you can.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Lynch, did you need time to speak with Ms. Cooper before making an announcement?
I do, Judge.
All right. Next case on the calendar is Ryan Mitchell Cox. I have Judy Kim listed as the attorney of record.
It appears that a waiver was filed on October 22nd, Your Honor, based on the calendar.
All right. All right, next is Asia Kroom.
Judge, she appears to be on the Zoom call, and I think this is a PTI status calendar. I did send some emails.
Thank you, Judge. I spoke with Ms. Kroom. Ms. Kroom is present. She informed me that she received notification from the pretrial intervention coordinator that her orientation is November 12th.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
But I think she still has not paid. Is her intent to pay on the 12th?
I was going to give them a call because I get paid after the 12th, so I was going to give them a call today.
Not gonna work. You're gonna need to get that money.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Ms. Kroom, you're gonna have to come up with the money, ma'am, if you want to do the PTI program.
I know. It's just I'm a single mom, so I can't just dish out $525 and I got to pay for daycare and rent this week. So that's why I was going to give them a call, because on the letter it said if I can't pay or have some difficulty paying, just to give them a call.
Okay, but Ms. Kroom, this has been pending since September 17th, so you've been putting aside a little bit and a little bit and a little bit.
I just got the letter October 11th.
Okay.
It just got mailed to me this month.
All right. All right, so we'll see what we need to do. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, David Garcia.
Judge, Mr. Garcia is on the call. Mr. Garcia is going to resolve his case today, and it should be negotiated. I do want to have a very quick, I'll probably just chat something to the Ms. Hagler, but we will have a plea for the court today.
All right. So Ms. Kroom, you're free to go at this time. You will just check in after the 11th or after the 12th. All right, Mr. Garcia, we're just holding for Mr. Lynch to get the information that he's requesting, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, next on the calendar is Damon Hall. This is Shannon Render's case.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tia Vereen on behalf of Attorney Render for Mr. Hall.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Do you have an announcement for Mr. Hall?
Yes, I do. That'll be a negotiated plea this morning.
All right, Mr. Hall.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, Your Honor, I do.
You can put your hand down, sir. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Damon L. Hall, 2021 CR 01595. You're represented by Ms. Vereen, who's here with the law firm of Shannon Render's office. You're entering a plea before the court to driving under the influence, DUI, less safe, and following too close. Ms. Vereen, what is your client pleading to those three charges?
It'll be guilty to the DUI less safe.
All right. So by entering a plea of guilty to count 2, count 1 will merge, and count 3 will be no pros. Is that correct?
I believe that was the recommendation.
So this is actually a DUI per se. So yeah, so we're not dismissing the DUI per se.
Guilty to count 1, not merged to count 2.
The DUI less safe.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna non-pros count 2, the DUI less safe.
Okay, and the following too close?
We're gonna move forward with that one. A fine of $100 on that one.
All right, is that a guilty or a NOLO, Ms. Hall?
That'll be a NOLO, Your Honor.
Okay.
Is that NOLO on count 3, you said?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So Mr. Hall, by entering a plea of guilty to count 1, count 2 will merge, count 3 is a NOLO. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status, Mr. Hall. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Pursuant to the probable cause affidavit, on or about December 27th of 2020, at Highway 85 and Garden Walk Boulevard, Riverdale, Clayton County, Georgia, Officer D. Navarez observed the defendant operate his 2009 Mercedes-Benz and following too closely behind a vehicle, causing a vehicle accident to occur. Officer Navarez did observe the defendant with glossy eyes, and he had an odor of alcohol coming from his person. The defendant stated that he had 1 beer about an hour prior to driving. The defendant did agree to standardized field sobriety testing. While conducting the exercise, the defendant was not able to stay in the starting position during the walk and turn, and he missed heel to toe on the first 9 steps and conducted 10 steps instead of 9. The defendant did conducted the turn wrong and missed every heel to toe step on the second series of 9 steps. During the 1 leg stand, the defendant did not leave his hands by his side, he did put his foot down several times. The defendant did started counting 10, 11, 12, 13 after being advised to count 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. The defendant then stopped when he reached 23 and was advised he needed to continue until the officer told him to stop. The defendant at that time began counting again and counted 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 until the officer informed him to stop. Your Honor, for count 1, the state's recommendation, and also the defendant's BAC was 0.201. The state's offer is 12 months to serve 10 days, balance probated, a fine of $500 to complete the substance abuse evaluation and treatment and follow our recommendations. no drugs or alcohol, for the defendant to complete the DUI risk reduction program, and 40 hours in community service. Count 2, the state is going to nonprofit, and count 3, a fine of $100.
All right. Ms. Reen, anything on behalf of your client?
Nothing further, Your Honor. We would like to ask that you accept the recommendation as negotiated.
All right, Mr. Hall, this has been some time, so I'm going to hope that you have learned from this experience, because that blood alcohol level, when I was practicing, I had a client who almost ran into the back. Well, no, he did run into the back of a police car with a blood alcohol level about the same as yours. Yeah, that was an easy case for them. Sir, there are too many ways that you can avoid this type of situation. They have car services that we didn't have when I was your age and I was hanging out. They have, you can call somebody, you can, get a relative to come pick you up. You might have to pay them, you might have to listen to them fuss, but at least you will be safe and other people will be safe too. And so I just ask that we don't repeat this situation, and that you take seriously the things that you're going to have to go through. I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 1, 12 months to serve 10 days. Has he served the 10 days?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe he has. I was just informed by Attorney Render that he was not aware of the custodial time that was included in the recommendation. 1 second, I don't see anything. Let me see.
Is this a first and 5?
Yes, Your Honor. This is first.
Okay, so I think it's
48 hours. 48 hours. So much like 48 hours.
Okay, so I'll give him credit for time served. And the balance will be probated for him to pay a fine in the amount of $500. Mr. Hall, the $500 fine with the surcharges, the elevated surcharges for DUI, gonna be closer to $1,000. The regular surcharges would make it $737.50, but with the elevated surcharges for DUI, it's gonna be closer to $1,000. Also, you'll undergo a substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that may be ordered. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation, and you will be screened randomly for alcohol and drugs. You're to take a risk reduction course and do 40 hours of community service. Count 2 is no cross or will merge, and count 3, I think it's no cross. Count 3 is a $100 fine. That will run concurrent, meaning you can pay that at the same time as your probation. That'll be $151.50 total with the surcharges. Okay, so I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. James. She's our probation intake expert, and she's going to walk you through how to get set up for probation. Ask any questions that might be important to your life situation, your work situation, anything where it might impede you successfully completing probation. And let me tell you, the quickest way to get rearrested and to mess up on probation is to fail to appear for your probation report. So please make sure that you report for probation as you are directed to do. And, okay, did you have any questions or anything for your attorney or for the court?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hall. I'm going to put you in breakout room number 6, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. And you can just leave after you talk to Ms. James.
Last thing, Your Honor, affidavit of first conviction.
Get that from the clerk's office, state court clerk's office.
Okay. Following this calendar.
I'm sorry.
Following this calendar, or will it be later?
Yes, ma'am. Anytime you want to go into the office and get that, they'll give it to you.
All right, excellent. Thank you, Your Honor. That does conclude my. That be excused.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right. Tell Mr. Render I haven't seen a baby picture. I just, just between me.
I certainly will let him know, Your Honor.
All right. The next case on the calendar is Diego Hoven.
Judge, this is Mr. Hoven. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Judge. My name is Diego Jovet, as you stated. I'm here. I was under the impression that this was the trial date because I had done this before because I received the citation for an illegal left turn on June 21st of 2023, and I had to fly out from Hawaii to be here, and now I heard that it's just another arraignment. And on the
So, sir, slow down. So you're charged with improper turn at an intersection.
Yes.
Do you wish to have a jury trial for improper turn at an intersection?
But that's what I'm saying, ma'am. I have done this before, the arraignment at the court in Jonesboro, and then now.
Okay, that's different. So once your case is found, I get the frustration, but let me explain how this works. So you were charged by a city police officer. There are, I think, 14 municipalities in Clayton County. Once your case is bound up to the state court of Clayton County, then we have to arraign you. And I know it seems like it's repetitious, but this is the trial court. And so this is the arraignment after your case has been bound up from traffic offense. Now, if you resolved it in city court, then we need to do some research. But if you haven't resolved your case, this is where that might happen.
So how do I go about, what about the mistakes that she made on the citations that she gave?
Okay, hold on. I'm not aware of any mistake, but you have three options, as I explained. You have the option of entering a plea of not guilty, which means that you would have a trial by jury or judge that would take place at a later date. If you have any objections to what's in the charging documents, then that would be the appropriate time to bring that. I do caution you that if you represent yourself, that you would have to, might be at a disadvantage because the court can't treat you any differently than they would someone who knows the rules of evidence and the rules of procedure. You also have the option of entering a plea of guilty if you feel like you're guilty of the underlying offense, or no contest meaning that you understand that there's evidence that could be presented and could result in a conviction against you. You do not wish to contest that evidence, but you also do not wish to enter a guilty plea. A no contest plea might have some benefits for you, particularly with traffic cases, because it'll help you avoid points on your license if you're eligible to use a NOLO, and it will definitely help you avoid suspension of your license. And so those are your options, sir.
Okay, so I can't get it dismissed based on everything that I've said, the time of length,
Sir, this is not a trial. So the way this works is if we're going to hear the actual evidence in your case, then I have to hear from both sides, and that's best done in a trial setting. What I would like for you to do is let me appoint Mr. Taylor or Mr. Lynch to you, because there's a motion that you likely wish to make, and they may help you figure out how you wish to do it. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to hear it until we are at a trial.
Okay, we can do that then.
Okay, so Mr. Taylor, Mr. Lynch, if you look at the documents and see, discuss with Mr. Joven what he's trying to get before the court, and then it may change the tenor of the case.
Absolutely, Judge, and we'll submit an appointment order, and we
Definitely.
we'll talk to Mr. Joven very shortly.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Joven.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, Tamia Shanice Orso. Tamia Shanice Orso. Oh, Miss Orso.
She's in the courtroom. She's approaching.
Okay. Miss Orso, good morning. You're charged with a suspended registration, no tag, expired or invalid tag, no insurance, and child restraint violation on case 2021 CR 06419. Do you currently have insurance, ma'am?
I'm currently not driving.
Okay. How'd you get to court today?
My fiance brought me.
Okay. All right. And so you don't have a car at all in your name?
No, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And how old are your children?
I have two. One is 7 and one is 1.5.
Okay. Do you have appropriate child restraint devices for your children?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You understand that no child can ride in the front seat unless they're 85 pounds and 4 foot something. I can't remember, like 4'10", maybe 4'8", 4'10".
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that a child under the age of believe 8 needs a booster seat.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Ms. Bing or Ms. Hagler, do you have a recommendation? Oh, well, first, Mr. Orso, do you feel like you need an attorney to represent you, or do you wish to represent yourself?
I can represent myself.
Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Ms. Bing, or Ms. Hagler, do you have a recommendation for Ms. Orso?
You're still on mute, Ms. Bean.
Hello, hi. I'm so sorry. Yes, we're gonna know about this case.
All right. So Ms. Orso, the case is going to be no pros, but I just want to remind you that when you have a car the next time, just make sure that you have all of your documents and insurance, because that's very important. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Telfair, that case has been moved. Those case to catch up with the other case. The next case is Jawan Michael Timmons.
Judge, Mr. Timmons is on the call, or at least he was. Hey, Mr. Timmons.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe we will have an announcement very shortly for Mr. Timmons. I just want to ask Ms. Hagler for one possible consideration and make sure that Mr. Timmons is still on the same page as where we were yesterday. So we just hold, but I'll make an announcement shortly, Judge.
All right. So Mr. Timmons, Mr. Lynch will be right back to make an announcement once he's confirmed everything with the state. So you just hold on and mute your device for me, okay?
Is there any way I can be able to talk to my lawyer at this moment?
Absolutely, Mr. Timmons.
Do you want to talk to him right now, or you want to talk to him after he hears from the state?
After he hear from the state.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll definitely, I just wanted him to get confirmation so he didn't have to keep going back and forth. So
Yes, ma'am.
once he hears from the state, I'll put y'all in a breakout room, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. How's your day going?
It's good, Mr. Timmons. Thank you so much. All right, so just go ahead and mute your device, and as soon as he hears from them, we'll put you in a breakout room, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Travis, Darrell Matthew Travis.
I'm here.
All right, so Mr. Travis, you're before the court for DUI, improper lane change, and distracted driving. Mr. Lynch, is that your case or Mr. Taylor?
Well, we haven't necessarily split these up, Judge, but I did try to get in touch with Mr. Travis, and our number was no longer good, so I'd have to request, and I think I already sent him a chat, but I would just request that you give me your best contact information and your email address in a chat so I can call you and present to you the state's offer and discuss with you how you want to go forward today, Mr. Travis.
All right, Mr. Travis, you see that red number pop up on your screen?
Yes.
All right, click on that and go ahead and return the chat to Mr. Lynch.
Okay. I'm talking to Mr. Taylor right now.
Oh, you talking to
return, he'll get Mr. Taylor's and see him right behind Mr. Lynch.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you said you're on the phone with Mr. Taylor?
We're actually in the chat right now.
Okay.
Oh, okay then. That's cool.
Yeah,
We'll just hold for an announcement on that, Judge.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry, Judge. We do already have an announcement. Mr. Travis is going to enter a not guilty plea today.
All right, so Mr. Travis, you're entering a plea of not guilty. Sir, remember what you are here for. Please do not repeat that behavior that brought you before this court. You're going to be on the next available trial calendar. Make sure you continue to keep in touch with your attorneys so that they can help you resolve this case either through a plea or trial, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Travis. Be safe out there.
Thank you, Mr.
Travis.
Next is Alvin Maurice Williams. Alvin Maurice Williams.
We'll move for a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Last call for Alvin Maurice Williams. All right, bench warrant, bond forfeiture for Mr. Williams. And last case, I believe, on the calendar for the 11 o'clock calendar is Cameron Jamal Williams. Cameron Jamal Williams. I saw Mr. Williams' picture.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. I'm here, Your Honor.
I see you, Mr. Williams. So, Mr. Williams, can you show me, can you run your video?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm just let me back up real fast. I was headed to a location. I'm currently at the job, but let me do that for you. Give me
Okay.
1 second.
If you could just pull over, let's see if we can get like 10 minutes of your time and see if we can get this
Yes.
resolved. But I don't want you
Yes,
driving.
ma'am.
Okay.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir, I see you. All right.
Okay.
So, Mr. Williams, you're before the court for speeding on a 2024 CR 01051 case. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to represent yourself?
I'll represent myself, Your Honor.
Are you over 21, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Did you wish to hear from the state about their recommendation for the case?
Sure, why not?
All right, Ms. Bing.
Yeah. On the 30th day of July,
No,
2023.
I just need the recommendation, Ms. Bing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. We don't do that until he actually takes the plea.
Okay.
That's all right.
We're recommending a $200 fee.
All right, so Mr. Williams, the fine would be $200 with the surcharges. That would be $298, and I could give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. And there would be no other fees with that. Additionally, is he NOLO eligible, Ms. Bing?
Give me 1 quick second.
I got my fingers crossed. I'm feeling lucky today.
Do you recall ever pleading NOLO in the last 5 years, sir?
Honestly, ma'am, I don't think so. I had an attorney represent me on one occasion. And there was a lot going on that day. I'm not 100% sure. I know that I'm in court and I do not want to lie.
Okay, sir.
I don't see a NOLO in his history.
Look
All
at
right.
God. Look at
Williams,
God.
you're my kind of person.
Look at God. God did it. He did it. He did
You're
it.
matching my energy today, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, did you wish to enter a NOLO plea so we can get you back to work?
Thank you, God. Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
Well, keep your right hand raised. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Williams, you're before the court on 2024 CR 01051, Cameron Jamal Williams for speeding. You're entering a plea of NOLO. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Back to basis, please.
Yes. On July 30th, 2023, in Clayton County, Georgia, the defendant was operating a motor vehicle at the speed of 60 miles per hour in a zone posted for 40 miles an hour.
All right, what's the recommendation?
The recommendation was $200.
All right. So, Mr. Williams, the fine will be $200. Do you know how to use the chat function?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Ms. Wright, can you send Mr. Williams a chat so that he can respond to that? So, Mr. Williams, what's going to happen is you're going to have a red number pop up on your screen. It'll be a number in a red background once you get the chat. And then you can just send your email address. When you send your email address, the clerk of court is going to send back your sentencing sheet with the information about when your fines and fees need to be paid. You can pay online or by phone. There should be information about that also. Or you can come into the Clayton County Courthouse and pay on the second floor, okay? And that's on Terra Boulevard at 9151 Terra Boulevard.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see the chat yet? Let me see.
Let me see here.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna send you a test. When you click on that,
I just sent it.
oh, okay. Do you see the red number yet?
Let me see. I clicked on the chat, the chat at the bottom of the screen.
Right.
Let's see. Direct message.
That's
Something.
from Miss Wright. You see Amanda Wright?
Yes. Oh, yes, I see. Yes,
All
ma'am.
right.
Yes.
Click on that and put that information, your email address in that box. Okay,
Yes,
make sure you check it to make sure all the numbers and letters are in the right place.
okay, I can do that right now. Reply. And I still have 60 days to complete that payment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
And it's not roughly 300. It's right at 200, correct? Or is it still 300?
It's $298.
Okay.
If you pay by credit card, they may add like a processing fee. I don't know what that is, but it's $298 from what I understand.
Okay, no problem. I'll definitely take care of that.
Right. All right,
First,
Mr. Williams, last thing, slow down.
yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. I can do
All
that.
right. Any questions?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. None at all.
All right, so check if you don't see it in the next day or so, check your spam folder, but you'll see it from the clerk of court in Clayton County, state court clerk.
What's the latest that, because I get off at 5,
They close, I believe they close at 4:30. So if you're not able to pay, like that's why I say if you want to pay it online or by phone, there's instructions about that also.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
You're in the area and lunchtime, just come on in, they'll be open.
Yes, ma'am. We'll do.
All right, thank you, Mr. Williams. Take care, sir. Be safe.
You too. You too. Thank you.
All right, so outstanding, we have Cooper, we have Joven, Diego, and Timmons.
Yes, Your Honor. I know that Mr. Lynch is reaching out to, I believe, Mr. Timmons.
Okay, did we ever conclude McFavors and Usher?
Usher, no. McFavors is ready to enter a plea, and also Mr. Shoemake from the 10 o'clock.
Okay, let's bring up McFavors and then Shoemake.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm up, Mr. McFavors.
Mr. McFavors, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, I do.
All right, you can put your hand down, sir. So, Mr. McFavors, you're before the court on 2022 CR 01772 for Frank Paul McFavors. You're represented by the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis. Mr. Taylor is with you. You're before the court for theft by deception and theft by shoplifting. Mr. Taylor, what does your client plead to the offenses before the court?
Your Honor, my client is pleading guilty to count 1, theft by deception. The second count, theft by shoplifting, is to be no cross.
All right. By entering a plea of guilty to count 1, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, on December 2nd, 2020 in Clayton County, the defendant obtained property through the artful practice with the intention of depriving the owner, Home Depot, of the property, the cash totaling $212.76, having a value of $1,500 or less. The recommendation, oh, well, I guess I don't have to, do I need to say the recommendation since he already took the plea?
Yeah, recommendation, ma'am.
Okay, sorry. 12 months probation, $200 fine, suspended theft prevention course.
Your Honor, 12 months probation, 12 months to serve 2 months.
I'm so sorry. Yes, yes.
Time served.
I apologize for that. Yes.
$200 fine suspended and a theft prevention course.
Okay, so what I have, Mr. McFavors, on count one, I'll accept your guilty plea. Count two will be no pros. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 60 days. The credit for time served, the balance will be probated for you to take a theft prevention course, and a $200 fine will be suspended credit for time served.
Your Honor, we would like to request that probation to be terminated upon completion of the terms, which is the theft prevention course. Mr. McFavors hasn't been in any legal difficulty, and this is a 4-year-old case. This event occurred in December of 2020. Furthermore, he's on a very limited income, and we are both approaching retirement age. So his income, ask for the probation fee to be waived also.
Okay, so Mr. McFavors will waive the probation fee. I do want you to take that theft prevention course. I want to make that as possible for you to do. So take the supervision fees will be waived once you have shown proof of presenting the theft prevention course documents to probation. Then we'll suspend the balance of your probation.
Interesting. The probation.
Take the course, present the paperwork, and once you present the paperwork, we'll suspend the probation so you don't have to keep coming back, okay?
Okay. And I will speak with probation so he understands that, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so you're gonna go meet with probation. Thank you, sir.
Down to the probation office. If there's not an officer there to meet with you, they will tell you which room to go to. If you can't find anybody, come back and see me. Yes. And you'll see there should be some people sitting outside in front of the bench, and that's where the probation office is. Thank you. Your Honor, we're ready to proceed with Mr. Shoemake.
All right, Mr. Shoemake, raise your right. Oh, come on up for me.
Please. Your Honor, in this matter, we are entering a non-negotiated guilty plea in this matter.
Okay, Mr. Shoemake, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Artika Temporis Shoemake 2024 CR 06975. 1 count of DUI, count 2 open container, count 3 impeding traffic, count 4 open container. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. And Mr. Taylor, you've indicated your client is entering a plea of guilty to what offense, sir?
To count 1, DUI, to count 4, open container.
All right.
Counts 2 and 3, I understand are to be no pros.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 4, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Shoemake?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes. Excuse me 1 second. On January 13th, 2024, the defendant, while was driving his 2020 Kia Optima on Highway 42 at I-675 exit ramp in Clayton County. The defendant was found with his vehicle to be on the roadway impeding the traffic flow. He smelled strongly of an alcoholic beverage and exhibited red, glossy eyes, slurred speech, and compromised balance. The defendant stated that he had consumed an alcoholic beverage about 30 minutes prior to operating his vehicle, and he voluntarily participated in a standardized field sobriety test where he exhibited multiple validate clues of impairment to include the 6 through HGN, horizontal gaze nystagmus, and vertical gaze nystagmus was also present. Additionally, the offender provided a breath sample utilizing the portable breathalyzer test, which indicated that alcohol was present at 0.139. Upon searching the offender's vehicle for fruits of the crime, a plastic cup with a small amount of what smelled to be an alcoholic beverage was located in the driver floor area of the vehicle. And lastly, the offender exhibited heavy mood swings, which is also an indicator of impairment, to the extent that he began spitting all over the rear prisoner compartment of my patrol vehicle, of the officer's patrol vehicle while throwing a tantrum. The recommendation here is 12 months probation, $300. There's something here I can't read the handwriting, just
Your Honor, if
sorry.
the recommendation is 12 months probation, $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, a
Yeah.
DUI risk reduction program, substance abuse evaluation and treatment if recommended, and 1 AA meeting per week. That's the state's recommendation. On count 4, the state's recommendation is 6 months probation concurrent with count 1. We do have a request since this is non-negotiated.
Okay, what's the request?
Your Honor, the request is that the court accept the state's recommendation, except for the 1 AA meeting per week. Mr. Shoemake, this is a one-time incident, and he has an exceptional job with Emory Healthcare. He's a medical assistant, team lead at Emory Healthcare. Basically, if the substance abuse evaluation determines that he has an alcohol problem, which after speaking with him and in getting some background on his history, I don't believe he does, then that would show up and he would get treatment under substance abuse. Basically, Mr. Shoemake has some responsibilities, childcare, going to work, and he's currently not driving. So between that and his work, we had just asked that he not be required to attend the AA meeting at this time.
Is this a first lifetime?
It is a first in lifetime. This is a first anything traffic offense of any sort, Your Honor. And we're also requesting a certificate of first conviction.
Ooh, you started big. All right. So, okay, I'll just do the standard. We won't do the 1 AA, but I'll reserve the right to revisit that. I'll give you the certificate of first conviction. Count 1, 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $300. I don't know what the total is with the enhancements for probation. I mean, for DUI, but it'll be more than $400. 40 hours of community service, a risk reduction course, substance abuse evaluation, and any treatment that may be ordered, and on count 4, 6 months probation to run concurrent with count 1. All right, so Mr. Shoemake, you're going to walk out of the courtroom, turn to your right. If Ms. James is in with someone, you can sit on the chair outside the courtroom, but you're going to turn to your right and go to courtroom 305, and Ms. James should be in the first set of double doors in that courtroom. And sir, this is not going to be an inexpensive proposition. It is going to cause you to have to make some adjustments with your time, but I do advise that remember what this felt like so you don't repeat it. Number one. Number two, the probation office here is to help you successfully complete. So please make sure that you let them know of any difficulties that you might have, and ask any questions of Ms. James that you need to ask to ensure that you have all of the information necessary. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, quickest way to get rearrested is to miss your probation reports. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and anything else on this calendar? I know the last one we had was Usher.
Judge, I just spoke to Mr. Usher, and I'm getting ready to send a message to Ms. Hagler to see perhaps what we can get worked out with Mr. Usher's 3 cases here. But
Oh, Mr. Usher could just slow down.
yeah, that was part of my
All right, so, okay, any other announcements on the 11 o'clock?
Someone sent me a message regarding Timmons. I did respond, so I'm not sure that was you or.
That was probably me. Let me see.
Okay, so we can proceed on that one if that one's good.
Okay, let me just let him know, and
Okay.
may be able to go. And either way, that should.
Yeah, Mr. Timmons wanted a breakout room. Are you gonna call him, or you need a breakout room?
If you can put me in a breakout room with him real quick, actually.
All right. Mr. Timmons, I'm gonna put you in the courtroom in a breakout room. You'll talk to Mr. Lynch, and then once you all have agreed upon whatever, then you'll come back to the main room. Breakout room number 3. All right.
How do I go to the breakout room?
I'm getting ready to send you an invitation. It should pop up on your screen.
I just seen it. Thank you, Judge.
All right, no problem, sir. All right, and did you have any other announcements before you go into the breakout? Nope, they don't. Okay, we'll be right back.
Judge, I do have an announcement for Mr. Timmons.
Yes, Mr. Lynch?
He's ready to go forward with a plea pursuant to discussion with Ms. Hagler.
All right, Mr. Timmons, may I see you and hear you, please? Raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you saw your right hand, Mr.
And
Timmons?
unmute yourself too, Mr. Timmons.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. You got to unmute for me.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Timmons, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Jawan Michael Timmons, 2024 CR 06997 for obstruction. Well, you can put your hand down. I'm sorry. Obstruction law enforcement.
I'm so used to being in front of you. It's different seeing you from a video than being in front of you this time.
I know. Well, hopefully you're a little bit more relaxed.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're before the court for obstruction to law enforcement officer. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offense before the court?
We'd ask the court to take a no-low plea if there's no objection.
All right, by entering a plea of nolo, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Timmons?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, on August 6, 2024 in Clayton County, Georgia, Mr. Timmons committed the offense of obstruction of a law enforcement officer when he ran on foot after being told to stop by Officer Rios. Officer Rios, being clearly identified as a law enforcement officer, Officer Rios was clearly identified as a law enforcement officer. Mr. Timmons continued running after being told to stop several times. The recommendation here is 12 months to serve 10 days.
And
credit for time, sir?
Correct, Judge, and he's done more than 10 days.
He balance probated. It wasn't balance probated?
It was suspended, was my understanding.
That's not going
You
to be
know what?
balance.
I got rid of the fine, so never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
What now?
Sorry, Judge. Let me.
I got rid of the fine, so we can keep it as is. That's fine.
What is it?
We can just do 12 months to serve 10 days.
Okay. All right, 12 months to serve 10 days. Credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you have no new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia, Mr. Timmons.
Judge, I have a question for you, right? And this just being honest with you, Judge. As a black individual, as a black male, when you see any type of law enforcement
Judge,
come up,
Mr. Timmons, can I let me
wait? But in all fairness, Mr. Timmons is going right where I was going, because as I heard the facts, my eyes were rolling, and I'm just going to be honest with you.
Well, I was just going to say before he finishes, I did think this was an appropriate case for a no-low. And one of the reasons
I accepted it.
Right. And one of the reasons is that, the basis for the stop was someone reporting that there was a TPO for Mr. Timmons, but it was pending at the time. So there are some legal questions about, but obviously if the officer had reasonable suspicion to stop him, we don't have to get there. However, we do think this is a reasonable solution to this case, and no contest, credit for time served. But I know Mr. Timmons has some comments on police interactions. I didn't mean to interrupt that. I just wanted to.
But also, Judge,
no, Mr. Timmons, I don't want you to say anything that might cause you any difficulties with anything else that might be going on. But I do want you to know that I recognize the issues, the situation between especially African-American males and police. Which is why I try and diffuse the situation. When I talk about people not giving false names, when I talk about, the simple things that you can do, like to not add charges to your situation, the fact that you're not going to win if you have an issue with what's going on at the time of a stop or an arrest, you don't win there. You got to wait until you come to court and talk to your attorney, talk to the judge, because the issues are bigger, and what the police deal with at the time is different than what we consider once it gets here. And so, but you are not going to win that argument on the street. And so I understand what you're saying. I was there as I was listening to the factual basis, but I say always just wait until it plays out here, because it can be vastly different by the time we get here. But I understand the concern.
Yes, ma'am. And see, by me having bipolar schizophrenia, I was already scared at the moment. Then when they drew guns on me, it automatically put me in a state of mind of where my life was in jeopardy.
Okay, so this, Mr. Timmons, this is what I suggest. Please let your loved ones know that if you are ever in crisis, the number to call is 988, not 911, 988. That is the number that we throughout the state of Georgia. The response will be for help for a mental health crisis, as opposed to have the police come and then the police interaction. So with you knowing what your situation is and what your conditions are, then please make sure that you, even if you got to put up a poster or something in your house, if I'm ever in crisis, please dial 988. Okay.
Okay. Well, can I be able to get an email to Nolo so I can have it documented?
I will email you.
Mr. Lynch is gonna get your paperwork, and he'll be able to give you that information. Okay. If you don't get it from Mr. Lynch, you can always come down to the first floor of the Clayton County State Court, first floor of the Justice Center, and go into the state court office.
I'm not coming down there.
I figured that would be your response, Mr. Timmons. So,
I didn't deal with you too many times, Judge Hayward. I'm not coming back.
But I'm nice every time, Mr. Timmons, and don't I tell you good information?
I mean, you tell me the truth, but Judge Hayward,
I know,
last time?
and I'm okay that you don't want to have contact with me. I'm all right with that, because I don't want to see you again, Mr. Timmons, unless it's something good. You know, I marry people, so if you want to get married, let me know. But
at the time, me and Ms. Zakia, we have resolved our differences. We have went to court, like counseling court.
Okay, well, you know, my concern is always that if you're in a relationship, it's a good relationship, and if you got kids, I'm gonna worry more about the kids than I'm gonna worry about you knucklehead adults. You got me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, okay, Mr. Timmons, you're gonna go ahead and get your paperwork, but like I said, make sure that you let all of your loved ones know that if you are ever in crisis, do 988. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. Take care. All right. So, Mr. Lynch, we have left Cooper, Diego, and Joven.
With the plea.
And Garcia. I'm sorry, I missed Garcia.
So, Judge, Mr. Joven is going to enter a no contest plea pursuant Mr. Taylor. Mr. Garcia, I believe we are going to do a negotiated plea for Mr. Garcia. I was maybe just waiting on Ms. Hagler's response, but in all candor, we'll be going forward regardless, not to give away my but
it's okay. Okay, so plea for Mr. Garcia and Ms. Cooper. She's been patiently waiting.
I understand that, Judge, and I don't know if Mr. Taylor talked to Ms. Cooper, but I have not. That will be the next person I talk to. I just had a long conversation with Mr. Usher, and so that's where I am right now, Judge.
Okay, well, let me know if I need to put her in a breakout room with y'all. Let me know. All right. Usher is the last person from the 10 o'clock calendar, and in a few minutes we'll be going to the 1 o'clock calendar. But after we finish that, then everybody will be free to get a mic.
Okay. Your Honor, just briefly, if
Yes.
Ms. Hagler would tell me the recommended sentence or fine on Mr. Joven on the improper term.
On Joven, it is a fine of $100.
Yes, and we're ready to proceed, Your Honor, with that matter.
Okay, Mr. Jovan, come on up.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hi, raise your right hand. Oh, did he want to go with a NOLA or guilty?
This is a no plea, Your Honor.
Okay, raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So you're before the court and you're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. Mr. Taz Taylor is with you. This is case 2024 CR 02053 for improper turn at the intersection. You're entering a plea of NOLO. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis and recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June 21st of 2023, Officer Oliver C. Did issue the defendant a traffic citation for improper left or right turn. While traveling on North Avenue and Terra Boulevard, Officer C. Oliver did observe the defendant make a left turn out of the Quick Trip parking lot onto North Avenue. This event did occur in Clayton County, Georgia. Your Honor, the state's recommendation is a fine of $100.
All right. So, Mr. Jovan, the fine is $100 with the state issued surcharges. The total would be $151.50. Did you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
Okay.
Okay, so what you're going to do, sir, is you're going to go downstairs to the second floor right below where you are. When you come back through the double doors, you're going to go to your left. If you go around that corner, you'll see the traffic court window and you can pay your fine there. They'll give you your paperwork and then this will be all over. Thank you, sir.
So I just give them my ID and then they'll be able to pull it up?
I'm sorry, you were garbled a little bit.
Just, he was asking just to give his ID to the clerk and they'll be able to pull it up downstairs.
Yeah, they just take it by your last name. Yeah, and so you'll be able to do that.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. I'm glad we were able to resolve this.
Thank you. Judge, I believe we're ready to go forward on Mr. David Garcia.
Okay. 1 second. All right. Mr. Garcia, you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. Miss Wright, I'm not ignoring your emails, but for some reason it's not pulling up and refreshing. So as soon as I get my Wi-Fi figured out, I'll go ahead and start signing. But it's okay for Mr. Jovan to go ahead and get his. All right, Mr. Garcia, raise your you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. Thank you, sir. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus David Garcia, 2021 CR 08268 for count 1, obstruction of an officer, count 2, theft by shoplifting. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. Mr. Lynch is with you. Mr. Lynch, what does Mr. Garcia plead to the offenses before the court?
A children pleas of guilty.
All right, by entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and count 2, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
We can stipulate to a factual basis, but if you want to hear the facts, we understand that as well.
It's up to the state.
That's fine. We can stipulate, not a problem. The state's offer for count 1 is a fine of $300. For count two, 12 months to serve, 48 hours. A fine of $500. The defendant is to stay away and to not return to the incident location, which is 6065 Jonesboro Road, Morrow, Georgia 30260, which is also known as the Walmart.
Thank you, Judge. Just a little bit about Mr. David Garcia. Mr. Garcia explained to me that he is currently in a residential rehab facility down in Macon, Georgia. He has been there since August. I do have a letter from the rescue mission, which I shared with Ms. Hagler, which just indicates that he's doing well in the program. He is not, it is a residential program, and so he cannot work. However, he does have family support that are going to help him pay these fines. So we are going to ask that Your Honor allow him. So the state didn't say whether it was a suspended sentence or a probated sentence. In either case, we would ask that, well, we would ask it be a suspended sentence and give him 60 days to pay. Can you pay the full 800 plus court costs in 60 days, or do you need longer, Mr. Garcia?
60 days should be possible.
Because, or even if Your Honor would consider 90 days, just to make sure Mr. Garcia pays it, because we don't.
That would be grateful.
We want to make sure that he has this fully paid and that he's able to get out of rehab kind of with the.
Okay, let me understand. So Mr. Garcia is in a residential rehab. The fines and fees, he would have to depend on someone else to pay them?
Yes, Your Honor. He has some of the money he's come up with already, but correct. He's not allowed to work while he's in that facility. And you know,
okay. Here's what we're going to do. On count one, it's a $300 fine. The $300 fine will be suspended as long as Mr. Garcia remains in and completes the residential rehab. On count two, count one will run concurrent with count two. Count two is 12 months to serve 48 hours credit for time served. The balance will be suspended with a $500 fine. That's $737.50. With 90 days to pay, and he's not to go back to 6065 Jonesboro Road, Morrow, Georgia. That is the Walmart. And Mr. Garcia, as long as you remain in the residential rehab facility, you shouldn't have any problems. Just go ahead and complete that so that you can get back on your feet, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so that'll be the $500 fine that you have to pay. The $300 fine will only come into play if you do not complete rehab. Do you understand?
Understood.
Okay, all right, and then you'll have 90 days in which to pay.
Thank you very much, Ron.
You're welcome, Mr. Lynch.
Thank you, Judge. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, take care, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you very much, guys.
All right. So we have Usher on the 10 o'clock, Diego and Cooper on the 11 o'clock, and we're moving towards the 1 o'clock. So
I think Diego was Hoven. Wasn't that resolved?
No. Wait, is it? I'm sorry. Did I write him down twice? Or by both names?
Unless there's another.
That is possible, sir, because I am trying to take notes and do a lot of stuff. Yes, you are right. That is what I did.
We're pending on Usher, and then Mr. Taylor is talking to Ms. Cooper now. Perhaps for Usher, if Ms. Hagler wouldn't mind, if we could just do a quick breakout room, and I can talk to her about Mr. Usher, and I can have an announcement very shortly for that.
All right, I don't have a problem. I'll put you all in a breakout room.
Can you also add Ms. Bing, Judge? Breakout room.
Ms. Bing and Ms. Hagler, breakout room number 2.
Thank you.
And the courtroom, breakout room number 2. All right, I'll see y'all in a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just finishing up with a couple of cases from the earlier calendar. So if you're on the 1 o'clock calendar, thank you for being here. Just be patient and we will get started in a moment. It would help me if you could put your first and last name on the calendar. So if you're here and it just says your first name or iPhone, please make sure that you put first name.
I can't hear you.
Name. I'm sorry?
I can't hear you at all. Just see your lips.
Okay, then
We can hear you, Judge. He
I
probably
know.
needs to turn his.
Yeah, I'm just sending him I'm sending him a message to check his video, to his audio. All right. Are we ready? Okay, Mr. Lynch and Mr. Taylor have disappeared. Not sure what is going on.
Ms. Hagler, I'm about to send you a chat.
Okay, you about to send me a chat?
Yeah, just something very, I think worked out. I just want to tell you what we're planning to do to make sure no surprises.
Okay.
No, I can't see what I'm typing. This is so annoying. Give me one. Video. When it flashes out. All right, here we go. Thank you.
Give me 1 second. That might not be a problem. Give me 1 second, Attorney Lynch. Let's see.
Your Honor, we have an announcement on 11 o'clock for Ms.
Yes, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for the 1 o'clock calendar, do 2 things for me. 1, mute your device because I'm going to be taking care of some things from the previous calendars and we'll be with you in a moment for the announcements. And 2, please put your first and last name on the calendar. If you don't know how to do that, touch your screen next to where your picture or name appears. When you do that, a blue box with 3 white dots should appear. Click on the blue box with 3 white dots. It's going to go down the list and you'll see rename. When you click on rename, a box will appear. You type your name, first and last name in the box, and then hit enter. And once you do that, it'll change the name on your screen. Also hit mute until we call your name. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor, on Ms. Marisha Cooper, that was not guilty today.
All right.
And Ms. Cooper, I will email you with my phone number and contact information, and I've confirmed your phone number so I can reach you.
All right, so Ms. Cooper, just make sure that you do not have any contact with anyone who's listed. Trying to find the page. Here we are. Ms. Cooper, yeah, don't go back to the incident location. The not guilty plea, and then we'll put you on a trial calendar. Just make sure that you are keeping in touch with your attorneys, okay? All right, you're free to go at this time. All right, what is the next announcement?
Judge, for Mr. Usher, we have worked out and negotiated plea, which would resolve the cases with pleas. Two of
All
the,
right. Yeah,
And you
Mr.
saw my
Usher.
note, Lynch? You saw my note?
yes, and I understand that. I told him what it would be.
All right, Mr. Usher.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Usher, my understanding is you and your attorney have worked out a plea after speaking with the state. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, sir, you're before the court on case 2021 CR 08609 for speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit and improper lane change. You're represented by the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis, and Mr. Lynch is with you. Mr. Lynch, what is your client plea to the offense before the court?
So for this one, for count one, we would ask the court to take a nolo plea, and I believe counts 2 and 3 would be null pros. And then there's going to be some more pleas.
It's just it's the 35 plus mile an hour, so it's just 2 counts and improper
That
lane.
is going to be non-pros, Your Honor. The state's going to non-pros in exchange for defendant's plea. This is a non-pros case ending in 08609.
I'm sorry, Judge, I was looking at the wrong one.
Okay.
Basically, he's pleading to the two most recent cases in exchange for the older case getting null pros.
All right. So on case 2023 CR 04333.
03. So I believe we're going to enter a guilty plea on that one, and the nolo plea would be on the other case. Yeah, we'll plead guilty to that.
All right. So 2023 CR 04413 is going to be the guilty on all 3 counts.
No. I'm sorry, Judge. On 2023-04413, he's going to plead nolo to count 1. Counts 2 and 3 will be null pros. And then on 2023-04333, he's pleading guilty.
All right. All right. So Mr. Usher, case 2021 CR 08609 will be null pros per the motion of the state. Case 2023 CR 04333, you're entering a plea of guilty to speeding 31 to 34 miles per hour over the limit. On case 2023 CR 04413, you're entering a plea of nolo to count 1, speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit. Counts 2 and 3 will be null pros. By entering these pleas, sir, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. Usher?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
No.
Yes, Your Honor, pertaining to case ending in 4333, on or about April the 20th of 2023, Officer Michael Lowe issued a traffic citation to the defendant for speeding. The defendant was clocked using the officer's LiDAR. The defendant was going 99 miles per hour in a 65 miles per hour zone while traveling on North I-75 Expressway in Old Dixie Road, Clayton County, Georgia. The state's recommendation for this case is 12 months probation, a fine of $500. Defense counsel did indicate that his client is not currently working, so we have no objection to converting that fine into community service hours. And the defendant is to complete the defensive driving course. The state does not object to this probation terminating upon completion. Regarding case ending in 4413, on or about March 11th of 2023, Lieutenant Jonathan Carey did give the defendant a traffic citation for speeding. The defendant was clocked using his radar going 91 miles per hour in a 65 miles per hour zone while the defendant was traveling east I-285 Expressway and South Outer Loop Road, Clayton County, Georgia. The state's recommendation for this case, count one, 12 months probation, a fine of $500 to be converted to community service hours, to terminate upon completion, and the state will not process counts 2 and 3.
Okay. All right, is this running concurrent with the case ending in 04333?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Usher, I'm gonna need you to slow
Yes,
me
ma'am.
down, sir.
I
Can
promise you, I'm not even
only,
driving at the moment.
yeah, because you can only drive your car and where you think you're like Mario Andretti. I'm sorry, I should probably say Lewis Hamilton because y'all don't know Mario Andretti. That's way before your time. Mr. Ward gets it. What you're out here thinking you Lewis Hamilton and you zigging and you zagging, that person who's in the minivan like me, when I look in my rearview mirror and I see you coming fast, I panic. And so I don't know which way to go. And if I go the way that you are going, then we're gonna have a massive crash and you're gonna kill somebody. All right. So the streets are not for playing. If you leaving late consistently, then fool yourself, change the time on your watch or your cell phone and set it back a time or set an alarm. But do not put other people in jeopardy because you want to test how fast your car can go. All right. On
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
ending in 04333, I'll sentence you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $500. The court will accept 50 hours of community service in lieu of the fine. A driver improvement course, you're to go to the Department of Driver Services website. Do not go Googling driver improvement courses. I want the one that is approved by the state of Georgia. So when you go to the website, they have a pull down menu for driver improvement courses that are approved. Take one of the ones that is closest to you or most convenient to you and give that paperwork to your probation officer. After completion of all of the special conditions of probation, then your probation will terminate. On case 04413, which will run concurrent with the case ending in 04333. That is a NOLO plea, 12 months probation, an additional fine in the amount of $500, which can also be converted to 50 hours of community service, and termination upon completion upon proof of showing that you have completed the community service. All right.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so sir, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with our probation intake expert. Ms. James is going to explain to you everything that you need to know about how to successfully complete your probation. The quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for your probation reports. And also, if you have any questions about what needs to be done or any concerns about your ability to complete something, please let your probation officer know so that they can assist you, okay? All right, once you go into the breakout room, you do not have to come back to the main room. All right, I believe, is there anything left on the previous calendars? Please tell me no. All right, so we're ready for the 1 o'clock calendar?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, this is the 1 p.m. arraignment calendar. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. This is the Clayton County State Court, courtroom 304. The arraignment calendar, it means that this is probably the first time that your case has appeared for the trial court and this is where your case will be resolved. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that you mute your device and please put your first and last name on the screen. So that's what I'm looking at, is your first and last name. That helps me know where you are and who you are when I'm doing the calendar. All right, so the arraignment calendar, you're going to hear about your case. You're going to have the opportunity to, with you representing yourself or you and your attorney, to speak with the state regarding what the recommendation is for your case. All right, Mr. Eric's iPhone, please mute your device. For some reason, I'm not able to mute you and it is driving me nuts. Your background noise. All right, so everybody's entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you cannot afford one or you don't have one currently, then I can appoint an attorney to assist you. You have 3 pleas that I expect to hear, not guilty, guilty, or nolo, no contest. A not guilty plea means that you wish to have a trial by jury or judge. That trial will take place at a later date. You will have plenty of time to prepare for trial. I do like to tell you that if you wish to represent yourself at trial, there are significant deficits to that, and it may harm your ability to represent yourself well and present the evidence that you would like to get into the record of the court. The court cannot treat you any differently than they would someone who knows the rules of evidence or procedure. And if you are not conversant in those things, then you may not be able to represent yourself well, and it could result in a conviction. So please be mindful of that. But the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not have to do anything but show up because you have a Fifth Amendment right against self-incrimination. But if you choose to, or if you and your attorney choose to present evidence and testimony or challenge any arguments made by the state, you can do that. If you are convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense.
Hey,
You believe that the conviction
I'm
was
doing the Zoom call with the
please
court.
make sure, if you believe that the conviction was a mistake, then you would have the opportunity to appeal your conviction to the appellate court within 30 days of the verdict of the court. So these are all the rights that you have that come with going to trial. If you were to enter a plea of guilty, it means that you're guilty of the underlying offense before the court. Even if you don't agree with the factual basis as presented by the state, you do believe you are guilty of the crime as charged. And we would resolve your case today. You would have the opportunity to speak with the state and enter a negotiated plea if possible. And then at that time, the court would sentence you and you would begin serving the sentence. If you entered a plea of no contest, that means that you understand that the state has information, evidence that they could present at trial that might result in a conviction against you. And you at this time do not wish to contest that evidence, but you also do not wish to enter a plea of guilty. You would resolve your case and we would sentence you. The no contest plea has benefits. If you are charged with a traffic offense, particularly, it could help you avoid points on your license or a penalty of suspension for your license if you are NOLO eligible. That means you have not used a NOLO plea for the same or similar offense within the last 5 years. Also, if you are a commercial driver and your livelihood depends on you operating a vehicle under a commercial driver's license, please make sure that you understand the effect of a plea or a conviction on your commercial driver's license. If you do not know what will happen, we cannot tell you, but you can enter a plea of not guilty. And while you are preparing for trial, you can do the research necessary to determine what might happen with a conviction or a plea to your ability to continue to drive and earn a living for yourself and your family. And finally, if you are an under 21 driver, if you're under 21, please understand that it is easier to accrue enough points for a suspension. 6 points will suspend your license, and it will be a hard 6-month suspension, which is longer than if you were 21 or older. And you will not have the ability to get a temporary license for school or work. So please be mindful of these things when you come before the court and make decisions in your case. All right, at this time, I'm going to call the calendar. If you are represented by counsel, your attorney will speak on your behalf. If you are not represented as it appears on the calendar, then I'm going to speak directly to you and determine whether you need the court to appoint counsel. The first case on the calendar is Thomas Davis Aviles. Thomas Davis Aviles.
The state will move for a bench warrant bond forfeiture.
Is he in court? Last call for Thomas David Aviles. Bench.
Let me make sure it's not who Mr. Taylor's talking to. I don't think it is, but let me double check that.
All right, while you're checking, the next case is Harold Cardwell. I don't see anybody else in the courtroom. Harold Cardwell.
State removed for bench warrant bond forfeiture.
I did attempt to reach out to all the contact information I had for Mr. Cardwell, and I was not successful in speaking to anyone.
All right, thanks, Ms. Holcomb. Bench warrant bond forfeiture for Harold Cardwell.
Thank you.
All right, next on the calendar is Tony Andre Cook. Tony Andre Cook.
Judge, he's
Here.
on a Zoom meeting, and I believe we're going to resolve that case. And I believe I sent some information about his driver's license to ASG Hagler.
Yes, the state's on a non-prosecute case, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Cook, your case is being no per the negotiations with your attorney and the state's motion. So the court is going to accept that, sir. At this time, you're free to go.
Thank you.
All right,
I'll send you the.
Mr. Cook, hold on. Mr. Lynch is gonna, I believe, send you something.
I was just going to say, I will send you the disposition to your case through your email later on today or tomorrow.
All right, Mr. Cook, please be safe, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Christopher Michael Delgado.
Mr. Delgado, is that okay? I think he may be the gentleman Mr. Taylor speaking with. Let me confirm that.
All right, so Aviles is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That's
All right.
correct.
Delgado will wait to confirm. Jermaine Bernard Foster.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
All right, so Mr. Foster, you're charged with driving under the influence. May I see you, please?
I don't know how to
Hold on, sir.
trying to see.
All right, Mr. Foster, you're before the court for DUI. You're not represented by an attorney. Did you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'll appoint you to the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Foster, I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Lynch or Mr. Taylor, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so just mute your device until such time as we give you directions about how to talk to them. Do you have his information, Mr. Lynch? No, you don't.
Not. If you wanted to go ahead and send that in the chat to courtroom 304, it would be helpful.
Mr. Foster, do you know how to use the chat function? Mr. Lynch, can you send him a test? Mr. Foster, there's going to be a red box that pops up on your screen with a number in it. Click on that, and that should take you to the chat function. Mr. Lynch is going to send you a test message. You'll click on that and put your first and last name and your email address and phone number in that box. Okay, so email address, phone number, first and last name. All right.
Okay.
All right. So when that red, hold on, it may not have happened yet, but you're going to look and see a red, it's going to come up in a red box, a number in a red box for the chat function.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
And Judge, just going back, Mr. Delgado is present. He is speaking with Mr. Taylor. He indicated he was going to enter a not guilty plea today. Do you want me to have him approach the camera so you can verify he's here?
Yes, please.
Mr. Delgado.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Delgado. Mr. Delgado, you have bond conditions on this case that require you to stay away from particular persons or locations. Please be mindful of what those conditions are. If you do not currently know, go downstairs before you leave this building to the first floor in the state court clerk's office and get a copy of your bond conditions on this case. I remind you that if you were to have contact with the person who's listed on the bond conditions, even through social media or through a third party, you could be rearrested, your bond could be revoked, and you could spend the remainder of the time in jail until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with an additional misdemeanor or felonies, particularly the felony of aggravated stalking, which is punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. Are we clear, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so no contact with that individual until such time as your conditions change or your case is resolved.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I've informed Mr. Delgado, reminded him of his bond conditions. So we are in good. Thank you.
All right, so not guilty and just keep in touch with your attorneys.
Thank you.
All righty. The next case.
That's we.
Next case is Xavier Jamal Gordon.
Judge, Mr. Gordon is present in the courtroom. I will need just a moment to speak to him. I think we have the recommendation from the state. I just need to verify his status on everything. And but he is present and we should be able to get that resolved today, I anticipate. If not, we'll have an announcement very shortly.
All right. The next case is Eric Ray Green. Lister Holton Dennis. Eric Ray Green.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we'll need to speak to Mr. Green before we go forward. I think Mr. Taylor spoke to him last time, but I didn't speak to him, so we just request a brief. We request that he put his good phone number where we can call him in the chat as well.
All right, Mr. Green, touch the screen next to your name and picture. There should be a box that pops up, a blue box with 3 white dots in it. Click on that. You'll see a chat, the menu pull down and you'll see chat. Click on that.
Okay, let me see if I can.
3 white dots in a blue box. If you touch the screen next to your name. You see it?
Okay.
Okay.
Connections better.
All right.
Trying to find my name.
Okay, your picture's gone, so I'm not sure what happened, but it says Eric's Green.
Mr. Green, yeah, we're talking. Did you talk to him?
I don't see my name where.
Okay, do you see something light up every time you talk?
I'm telling him we're gonna do a conference. Right. I've already gone over everything with him. Previous thing, we just got disconnected before. So he's re-entered a plea.
All right, do we have a good number for Mr. Green, or do y'all need to just send him a text, a test so that he can?
Maybe we should do a breakout room with Mr.
That'll be fine. So Mr. Green, this is what's gonna happen. At the appropriate time, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room, which means you'll see an invitation flash on your screen. Once you see that invitation, if you click on that, that will take you into a room so that you can speak privately with your attorneys.
And
okay,
Mr. Taylor, I think we will likely resolve Mr. Green's case, but we just.
All right, I'm sure he'll be back. We lost him for the moment, but he'll be back. All right, so next is Donnie Harris. Mr. Ward.
Good afternoon, Judge. I'm here on case 2022 CR 01091. He's got 2 cases pending, one of which he's unrepresented on. Judge, we're going to enter a not guilty plea at this time.
Okay, are you taking the next case, or is he still not represented on the next case?
He is not represented, but Judge, you probably don't remember, but last time
I do.
Okay, he is
and
physically.
He had like 3 lawyers and no lawyers at the same time.
We had 2 or 3, yeah, 2 of us for that. He is should be in your courtroom physically. He flew out from Colorado yesterday, and I've been in touch with him. So he wanted to, on the 01475, he wanted to speak to see if he could get a public defender on that case.
Okay, well, if he's paying, I don't know that he's eligible for a public defender. Mr. Harris,
Judge, this case is 3 years old, and since then, he's just on retirement. I think he's got some disability. And I think one of the reasons he left Georgia was he could not get a job while these cases were pending with the line of work he's in.
okay, well, scary to think that he went someplace else and was able to get a job with these cases pending with the line of work he's in, but Mr. Harris, so you're currently receiving retirement income?
We get Social Security and workman's retirement, unemployment.
Okay, so you're not currently working in any other capacity?
I was working up until a couple of months ago until they found out about these cases pending.
Okay.
I was teaching at college.
Is there a conflict in this case with Lister Holton Dennis? Do we know?
The only conflict that I would anticipate could exist would be whether if Mr. Taylor accused it. But
okay.
Other than that, there shouldn't be a conflict.
Case, Mr. Lynch.
Okay.
So I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister Holton Dennis to case 2022 CR 01475. Mr. Ward, what is the intention with respect to Mr. Harris's case 2022 CR 01091?
Judge, we'll enter a not guilty plea today. I did on October 9th file some general motions, so we may need to be heard on some motions. I don't have any discovery yet, and I understand I don't get discovery until after today. There should be some dash cam, body cams, and I guess I need some direction on how we used to have to come down and view those. I don't know if that's changed.
That is still the case. I will put you in my legal assistant, Ms. Arnold, an email. She can give you the proper protocol to get whatever digital evidence that's available.
Okay, and I believe, Ms. Hagler, I have your number, but may I get your extension or?
Yes.
Can I say your number on Zoom? Can I say your number on Zoom just to make sure I have it, or?
That's fine. It's my office number, so yes.
477-3348.
Yeah. Yes, sir. 770. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll reach out to you and you can give me some guidance about the videos and the body cams.
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, so Mr. Harris, you're entering a plea of not guilty with respect to the first case. I'm gonna give the Lister Holton Dennis, give them some time before you have to enter a plea to the second case so that they can get up to speed on your case, since I'm just appointing them. And sir, I just would remind you that you have these matters pending. You know what brought you here, so please be mindful of that when you're traveling.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so please give all of the information necessary to reach you to Mr. Lynch in the courtroom so that he can assist you. And Mr. Lynch, if you have any announcements after that, just let me know.
Absolutely, Judge. We just requested if the state could send us the accusation report and a recommendation for Mr. Harris on this case, and we should have an announcement very shortly.
Yes, we're going to send it via email. Thank you.
All right. All right.
And Ms. Hagler, can you put your email in the chats for my benefit and then I'll respond with mine?
Yes, sir. Sounds good.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So David Christopher Hurd.
Judge,
Here.
he is present. I will just need a conference with him. I expect us to enter a not guilty plea today. I just wanted to make sure, verify everything, and show him some additional information that we received from the state. But I do.
All right, Mr. Hurd, just in anticipation of the not guilty plea, understand, sir, that you are still under a bond condition that requires you to have no contact with a particular individual or individuals and possibly to not go back to a particular location. If you do not know what your bond conditions are, please come down to 9151 Terra Boulevard to the first floor of the building in the state court clerk's office. A copy of your bond conditions. If you were to violate those conditions, you could be arrested and have your bond revoked. You would remain in jail until such time as your case is resolved. You could also be charged with misdemeanors or felonies, particularly the felony of aggravated stalking, punishable by 10 years in prison and a $10,000 fine or both. So please be mindful that the consequences are severe if you were to violate your bond conditions. Do you understand? Oh, and that also includes picking up any additional charges.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So we'll give you the opportunity to speak before we record an actual plea for Mr. Hurd. This is Natasha Rodriguez Kennedy. Natasha Rodriguez Kennedy. Last call for Natasha Rodriguez Kennedy.
The state will move for a bench warrant, Your Honor.
Right, Ms. Kennedy has 3 cases.
Yes.
She will have a bench warrant on each of the 3 cases.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
My phone was disconnected. I wasn't sure what to do.
So Mr. Green, if you will just hold on, Mr. Lynch is going to contact you because he's going to figure out some stuff with the state, okay?
Okay. All right.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Lynch, did you still need Mr. Green's phone number or just breakout room?
We're going to need a breakout room, I think.
That's fine. All right, and Daryl Renee Scipio. Daryl Renee Scipio.
Judge, he is on the call. I did attempt to get in touch with him. I spoke to his mother, but I would just need for him to chat us his phone number so we can get his plea and any information about his license that we may want to share with the state.
All right, Mr. Scipio, do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes, ma'am. I believe I see it.
Okay, so send your phone number and your email address to Mr. Lynch in courtroom 304, okay?
Okay, so I send it to, okay, I haven't gone to everyone.
The name in blue, click on that and you'll see a pull down menu and you'll see courtroom 304. Click on courtroom 304 and you should be able to send it directly to the courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thomas, I'm sorry, Michael Antoine Thomas.
Judge, he appears to be on the call. Mr. Thomas, can you please unmute and turn on your camera?
Michael Antoine Thomas. Where's Mr. Thomas?
Yes, I'm here.
There you are. Mr. Thomas, you're before the court for reckless driving, HOV lane violation, and speeding 31 to 34 miles an hour. Mr. Lynch.
So, Judge,
3 cases.
He has several other cases. The one you just mentioned is the only one that I have all the information because that's the only one Lister and Holt was previously appointed on. But I'm assuming Mr. Thomas wants us to be appointed to the remainder of the cases and try to work something out. I know he appeared.
You can't.
You got mess in the back down the style wall. There's something in there. I don't know what it is. I can't pay it right.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
You got 4 cases pending before me. I don't know what that person is talking about, but I think I rate a little bit more important right now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And so we're just going to submit appointment orders for those cases if it pleases the court. And I guess if Mr. Thomas could chat his phone number to me, and hopefully I can get something worked out or at least have announcements pretty quickly. I know he was attempting to do these cases when he appeared on a jail calendar. However, that got, he subsequently bonded out before we got a resolution.
All right. So, Mr. Thomas, do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes.
Okay, you're gonna chat your phone number and email address directly to courtroom 304. So when you open the chat function, you'll see a name in blue. Click on the blue name, and then you'll see a pull down menu. Click on courtroom 304. You'll see a box come up, and then you'll be able to put your phone number and email address in that box and send it directly to Mr. Lynch in the courtroom. He's gonna try to help you resolve all 4 of your cases.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
And
because can I say something?
no,
'Cause I know
sir.
one.
No, sir.
Okay.
No,
I hear.
no,
I hear.
no. Because
I
Mr.
hear.
Thomas, you were sitting in a car. All 4 of your cases have to do with sitting in a car. And 2 of them have to do with driving, 3 of them have to do with driving on a suspended or revoked license. So I'm just gonna assume for the purposes of this hearing right now, that you were just sitting in the car and that you are not in fact driving. Please direct any information that you have to Mr. Lynch before you pick up yet another charge. Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am. No, my license is valid. It's been valid since January.
Mr. Thomas, what did I tell you? People have the ability to shut up, but they don't know how to.
In all Mr. Thomas's cases.
You have the right to remain silent. I would suggest you use it. You talk to your attorney, he will talk to me. If you had the ability to work this out, you wouldn't have 4 cases. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Last case on the calendar is Roderick Thornton. Roderick Thornton, Victor Kuvo's case.
Looks like he filed a waiver.
All right, I haven't seen Mr. Kuvo in a long time. Is he good? Everything okay? Usually, I see him more. All right, so let's accept the waiver on Thornton. Let's go through the calendar. Aviles is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Cardwell, bench warrant bond forfeiture. Cook, Opros, Delgado is a not guilty. Foster, Gordon, Green, those are all in play. So y'all are talking to your attorneys right now. Harris is a not guilty on all of the cases. On the first case, and then the next case we may have an announcement on. Heard is a breakout room. Kennedy is a bench warrant for all 3 cases. Scipio and Thomas are waiting to speak to the attorneys. And Scipio may be a not guilty. We're waiting for confirmation of that. No, I'm sorry, Heard may be a not guilty. We're waiting for confirmation of that. And then Thornton is a waiver. So I'm going to give you all time to speak to the outstanding cases. Foster, Gordon, Green, Heard, Scipio, and Thomas. If I've missed anybody, let me know. And we'll be right back.
And Judge, if we could just go ahead and maybe do a breakout room with Mr. Eric Green, just to go ahead and, because I think that one might be able to.
All right, so Mr. Green, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with with your attorney, so that you can discuss your case, okay? You'll see an invitation pop up on the screen, all right?
Okay, thank you.
Breakout room number 4. I'm gonna put the courtroom in breakout room number 4.
Now, want to be.
All right, we'll be back in a moment. Mr. Green, if you touch that invitation, you should be able to go into the breakout room.
Hello, I can't hear. I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
You're late.
I was trying to log in and it wouldn't let me log in.
Okay. You have 3 cases pending, Ms. Kennedy.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you wish to have an attorney represent you, or did you wish to represent yourself?
I was I was asking to speak with the solicitor because I don't know. I do know the 2 traffic cases. It's kind of like
Ms. Kennedy.
Yes.
You're before the court on case 2021 CR 08343 for theft by shoplifting.
Okay.
You're before the court on case 2023 CR 01377 for wrong side of the road. You're before the court on case 2023 CR 01378 for wrong way on a highway, I believe. So those are the 3 cases that you have pending there.
Right, I understand it. So what I was saying is those last 2 cases, those tickets were inaccurate because I was not on a one-way street. I was not on the wrong side of the street.
Ms. Kennedy, you can have an
So
attorney.
maybe I need a lawyer. Yeah, maybe I need a lawyer. Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, so when the attorneys come back from the breakout room, I'll appoint them to speak with you about your case.
Thank you.
Please mute your device until we're ready to talk.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Green, that's great. You made it back to the regular room. Judge, we're ready to proceed with Mr.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Kennedy has appeared and needs to be appointed for the 3 cases.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll prepare that appointment order and then we'll.
Thank you. All right, so we have announcements.
Mr. Green would like to enter a nolo plea to that case. and proceed forward.
All right.
Attempted to do that previously at his original arraignment, but we had technical difficulties. That's why we're rescheduled.
Yeah, that's fine. Mr. Green, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
All right, you can put your hands down. Mr. Green, you're before the court on State of Georgia versus Eric Ray Green, 2021 CR 08262 for unauthorized weapon in an unauthorized location, count 1. Reckless conduct, count 2. Carrying a concealed weapon, count 3, and no permit, count 4. How does your client plead to the offense before the court, Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Your Honor. My client pleads no low to counts 1 and to the gun in an unauthorized location and to the reckless conduct. The other 2 counts are to be no prost.
All right. By entering a plea of no low to counts 1 and 2, counts 3 and 4 will be no prost. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to present evidence and testimony on your behalf and to not incriminate yourself. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty and no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about June 7th of 2021, officers responded to lane 4 of Transportation Security Administration checkpoint located at 7700 Spine Road, Atlanta, Georgia, 30337, Clayton County. TXA X-ray operator Patricia Benjamin suspected a firearm inside of the defendant's black backpack while going through the TSA X-ray machine. Together with TSA lead supervisor Billy Giles, everyone relocated to the Atlanta Police Airport Precinct, where further screening revealed a black 45 millimeter Taurus, PT 1911 serial number N as in Nancy, M as in boy, M as in Mary, B as in boy, 37271, 1 magazine and 8 live rounds, including 1 in the chamber, were located. The defendant did not have a weapon to carry permit on his person, and at that point he was arrested and charged. Your Honor, the state's recommendation for count 1 is 12 months probation. The defendant is to complete the gun safety class, to forfeit the weapon if he still has it, a fine of $300. Probation can terminate upon completion. And for count 2, 12 months probation to run concurrent with count 1, and the state on non-pros counts 3 and 4.
All right, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Your Honor. We just ask that you accept the recommended sentence and we enter no plea matters, both charges.
Mr. Green, I'm not anti-gun. I'm anti-gun stupidity. Because when you walked into that airport, what it told me was a Taurus 45 is that's a pretty heavy gun. That's not a lightweight gun that you can just misplace. But what it told me is that you had no clue where your gun was, because if you had walked into the airport and the X-ray technician had to discover that you had a firearm loaded with guns in the chamber, in the magazine, and additional rounds, then that means that your gun was never properly secured such that you knew where it was. It is imperative that when you have a firearm, you always know where it is, and it is always properly secured. I'm a gun owner myself. I'm not telling you anything I heard. I'm telling you something that I take care to do. If you're not responsible to have a gun, then give it up before somebody's life ends.
Yes, ma'am.
Are we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to accept your plea of no low to counts 1 and 2. I'll send you to 12 months on count 1 to probation, a gun safety course. You're to forfeit the 45 millimeter Taurus to pay a fine in the amount of $300. That's going to be $444 with the surcharges, and you're to that will terminate upon completion of all of the special conditions of probation. All of the conditions are special, and you will present the certificate of completion for the firearm safety course to probation. Count 2 will be 12 months probation to run concurrent as long as you do not have any new violations of the laws of the state of Georgia. Mr. Green, take this very seriously. I don't know if you have younger family members or if there are grandchildren or children who are young in your home, but children don't know the true dangers of a gun. And so when you don't know where your gun is, it could be anywhere, and it could be in the hands of someone who could use it to harm someone else, whether purposefully or inadvertently. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So you're gonna put you in a breakout room with probation. Miss James is going to get you signed up with probation. Please make sure that you understand that the quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for your probation reports. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so hold on. I'll put you in the breakout room with Miss James. And when she's finished speaking with you, then you don't have to come back to the main room. Just go ahead and complete the probation requirements. All right, Miss James.
Okay.
Second. I'm gonna put Mr. Green in breakout room number 6 with Miss James. And all right, you'll see the invitation pop up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
All right, next.
Judge, I do have 2 announcements, if the court will take them.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. David Hurd is on the call. He does wish to enter a not guilty plea at this point.
All right.
And then also Mr. Foster, who we were just appointed to, he's still on the call, but he does wish to enter a not guilty plea today as well.
Did I miss Mr. Gordon? Or is that
Gordon is in the courtroom, and we just need to follow up with him and make sure. But yes, he's in the courtroom, and we're going to conference with him very shortly.
Okay, so I think I missed something. So let me just run it down. Aviles and Cardwell are bench warrant bond forfeiture. Cook, not guilty. I mean, it's a no pros. Delgado is not guilty. Foster, did you have an announcement for Foster?
Foster is a not guilty, Judge.
All right. All right, so Mr. Foster, remember what got you here. Please be mindful of that, and do not undergo the same circumstances that put you in before this court. Please make sure that you pay attention to your attorneys and keep in touch with them. So Foster's a not guilty. Gordon, we're still waiting on. Is that correct?
Correct, and he's in the courtroom.
All right, and then Green is plea. Harris is a not guilty. Hurd is a not guilty. Scipio, what's the announcement?
Scipio, Judge, I have to admit, I have not spoken to him.
All right. So Scipio is still waiting. Thomas, Michael Thomas.
I believe I'm still waiting for some additional information for the cases where we were not previously appointed. I did receive from Ms. Arnold the recommendation for the case that Lister and Holton is already appointed on.
Okay.
I don't have the additional information.
All right. And Kennedy, I've appointed Lister Holton Dennis to Kennedy. She's on video. Ms. Kennedy. Where's Ms. Kennedy? She was on video.
I can hang up now, Your Honor.
That's Mr. Foster.
Hold on, Mr. Foster. Yes, Mr. Foster, you're free to go, but Mr. Foster, you keep in touch with your attorneys and please remember what got you here. Don't engage in that same behavior, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I promise I won't, Your Honor, and I am truly sorry.
All right, so please talk to your attorneys, okay? You're free to go at this time.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, and so that leaves Scipio, Thomas, Kennedy, and Gordon. That's my understanding.
And Ms. Hagler, were you going to say something about Mr. Thomas?
I'm going to have someone, because you need the Rex and the police report, right?
Right, yes.
Okay. Have someone bring it down. Okay.
And for Kennedy as well.
Yes, please. If we can. I don't know where she went.
Okay. I was like, she on? Cause I don't
Initially,
see her on.
so
And the judge acknowledged that she was here.
okay.
And,
She's what?
Ms. Kennedy was online previously.
Yeah, she
Okay.
During
she
our
was.
call, it was a bit more, you recalled out and appointed us to Ms. Kennedy, so she should still be.
Is she talking to you on the phone, or did she just disappear?
Looks like she might have got disconnected, Judge. We don't see her on the thing.
Okay. All right, so I'll be back. Y'all knock out these last 4 if you can. Thank you.
Yes, Judge.
Judge.
Sorry, I don't eat. My head gets hurting.
All right, Scipio. 137.
Cook was in the small house, had Cook.
Oh, it was in the conflicts.
Hey, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm on Wi-Fi and my phone keeps going out.
Hey, Miss Kennedy,
Yes.
could you please, in the chat, could you please
Yes.
speak your phone number and your email address?
Yes.
Courtroom 304. Okay.
404-232-43. Email.
We'll call you in just a moment, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gmail. Jack. Courtroom. Four.
Thank you, Your Honor. I do have one announcement. Mr. Gordon,
Yes, sir.
that's going to be a not guilty today. And Mr. Gordon's present in the courtroom.
All right, Mr. Gordon, your case is going to be a not guilty. Please keep in touch with your attorneys. Please make sure that you provide them any information necessary to help them resolve your case, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Can I make an announcement if the court is ready?
I would be happy if you would.
Judge, for Mr. Scipio, he had gotten logged off of the Zoom. I have him on the phone right now. He wants to enter a not guilty plea and come back. He's not going to be able to log back on the Zoom. Apparently, he's having trouble doing that. But he did appear previously, so I would just ask, and I do have him on the phone right now. I would just ask if we could enter a not guilty plea, and he will probably be ready to resolve his case when he comes back for calendar call.
That's fine.
Thank you, Judge. And I am now going to go and speak to Mr. Thomas.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Okay, Mr. Scipio, you're excused.
All right. Who has Miss Kennedy?
You have a conflict?
I need a breakout room.
Could we do a breakout room with
I'm gonna do it right now. Here we go.
and Mr. Taylor? I have.
All right, Miss Kennedy, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with the courtroom so you can speak with the attorneys in that courtroom, okay? So we can possibly resolve your case.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
How do, oh, okay, I see it.
And then Judge, I don't know if I made this announcement previously, but for Mr. Donnie Harris, who we were appointed to today, we're gonna
Said not guilty.
go ahead and enter not guilty, please.
Yeah.
All right. Mr. Harris, that number you gave me is good, right? Make sure you can read.
Your Honor, did you send that breakout room to my personal computer or the courtroom computer for Ms. Kennedy?
I did not. I did it for the courtroom, but did you want me to add you?
This is fine.
Okay, you can do the other one too. Doesn't matter.
Let's see. Breakout room.
Mm.
But you got all the traffic stuff worked out, right? Not guilty. Oh, okay. Hey, Miss Hagler.
Yes.
So for Miss Kennedy, I believe we're gonna resolve her shoplifting case. Mr. Taylor had a conflict just on the shoplifting case. What I was gonna do is ask you, I'm just gonna chat you a request as far as the recommended sentence to see if we can have a negotiated plea here for the shoplifting. It's really just what you're asking for with a little bit. Essentially, I'm just asking you, instead of asking for a fine, to just give her more community service. So it would just be community service in the theft reduction and do not return. The reason for that is that she isn't working. She currently has 3 kids. She's expecting another. So
okay. It's still 12 months probation though.
12 months probation, theft reduction course, 40 hours community service, or however much you want to add for the $200 fine. Do not return to Walmart. Would it be okay with the probation terminating after that or no?
That's fine. And are you all now? I'm not accepting NOLA on this. Are you aware of that?
That's okay. It'll be a guilty plea.
Okay, and then I can now cross the case ending in 1377 and ending in 1378. If she pleads to the step I shot with them.
1377 and 1388. What is that?
1378.
That. Oh, okay. So that Hey, that works out even better.
So since she's not going to do the fine, can she do 60 hours of community service? It's right now it's 40.
Yeah, I think that will work.
Okay.
See her. I hope she didn't leave the call.
I hope not either, because I'll be affected.
I know she. Oh, she's probably still in the breakout room.
Oh, tell her she needs to come to the main room.
I don't know if I can rejoin it. Yeah, I'm gonna rejoin
You have to call her or text her. So yes, I get rid of the fine and we'll just do 6 hours of community service. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, there she is. So we do have a and Miss Hagler, Miss Kennedy does accept that new recommendation.
Okay.
Judge, if you're there, we do have a case we can resolve with a plea. If not, I'll move on.
No. Let's please resolve.
Yes, Judge. I'm sorry.
What are we resolving?
It's going to be Miss Kennedy.
Yes.
All right, Miss Kennedy.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Sorry.
Raise your right hand for me, ma'am. You solemnly swear. You've got your hand raised. Raise your right hand. Hello.
She's stuck. I think. Okay, there we go.
Okay, I think she's still stuck.
Okay, she's moving now, Judge. She's moving.
All right. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
Miss Kennedy, are you driving?
Yes.
Miss Kennedy, if you don't pull over somewhere, are you trying to get a distracted driving charge?
No.
Y'all do too much. This is the epitome of doing too much. You already on traffic offenses and you drive it while you in traffic court.
Judge, I think she's at the school picking up her kids. I know
I
that.
don't care.
Pick up. Okay.
What you want me to do? Pull over and like if one of them has a phone, tell them to come to the parking lot. We're doing too much, Miss Kennedy. Oh Lord Jesus. All right. What we got going on, Mr. Lynch? Case 2021 CR 08343, theft by shoplifting. What we doing?
Judge, she's gonna be pleading guilty.
All right. Guilty to case 2021 CR 08343, Natasha Rodriguez Kennedy. What's 2023 CR 01377, wrong side of the road?
I believe that's
Oh, no, I'll pause that. The last two cases in exchange for her plea, Your Honor.
All right. So that is no pros, and case 2023 CR 01378 is no pros. All right.
Be quiet. Be quiet.
A plea of guilty, Ms. Kennedy, to 2021 CR 08343. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On or about March the 4th of 2020, Officer Mauricio Cox was dispatched to 7050 Spur 85 Riverdale, Georgia, also known as the Walmart, Clayton County, regarding a theft. Upon his arrival to Walmart, he met with the loss prevention complainant, Mr. Anthony Jones. Mr. Jones stated that the defendant entered the store and grabbed empty shopping bags from the store and proceeded throughout the store. Mr. Jones stated that while observing the defendant, he's seen her pick up and place items inside of the empty shopping bag. Mr. Jones stated that the defendant then went to the register and paid for other items that she had inside of her shopping cart, but not in the bags. Mr. Jones said the defendant passed all points of sales before he approached her. Mr. Jones checked the defendant's receipt and found items that were in the shopping bags and cart that were not on the defendant's receipt. The total cost of the stolen items were $74.61. At that time, the defendant was placed under arrest. Your Honor, for count one, the state's offer is 12 months probation. The defendant is to complete the theft prevention class, perform 60 hours of community service. The defendant is to not return back to the incident location. Again, 7050 Spur 85 Riverdale, Georgia, 30274, also known as the Walmart. And the defendant's probation can terminate upon completion.
All right, Miss Kennedy, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty on case 2021 CR 08343. I'll send you to 12 months probation to take a theft prevention course. That's very important to me, so prioritize that. 60 hours of community service. You're not to go back to any Walmart in Clayton County until your probation suspends. It will suspend upon completion and proof of the theft prevention course, and 60 hours of community service. Ma'am, the Riverdale Walmart, I said this earlier, is probably the most stolen from Walmart in the country. They got cameras everywhere. So please don't think you slick walking into the Walmart, because they know you stealing. So half the time they don't prosecute it, but they know you stealing. And it just drives the cost up. I like Walmart. I like getting my stuff for a reasonable price. When y'all stealing, they raising prices. I don't like that. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna put put you in a breakout room with probation. Once you get signed up, then you'll be able to go on your way. Just complete the terms and conditions of probation. While you are on probation, the quickest way to get rearrested is to fail to do your probation reports. Do you understand?
Ms. Kennedy? It looks like Ms. Kennedy.
Remember when your mom and dad used to say, don't hold your face like that because it'll freeze that way?
Judge, while she's frozen, I'm sure she's about to come back on. I was going to ask the court to consider waiving the probation fees.
No. Ms. Kennedy doing too much. And, you know, I get that she's pregnant, but she can find a job. Pregnancy is not a disability, not unless there's some concomitant condition that requires you not to work. I worked all through my last pregnancy.
I understand that, Judge. Seems she's disappeared unless that means she's already in the breakout room, which
she's not, because I didn't put her in there. She was frozen. All right, this is just agonizingly slow. Do we have anything on Mr. Thomas?
No, Judge, because as I was trying to get him on the phone, I had to take over for Miss Kennedy. May I step out and hopefully get a...
Okay, this is what we're going to do. Tell Miss Kennedy she needs to come in to sign up for probation at night. Miss James, what time you working in the morning?
8 a.m.
Okay, she needs to come in at 8:30 a.m. to sign up for probation. She'll meet with Miss Jamila James. She'll go to the probation office on the third floor. Is it the third floor, Miss James? Y'all's office? Yes.
Yes.
She'll, I'm sorry, I'm just spacing right now. She'll come to the third floor to ask for Miss James, and she'll go and sign up for probation. If she fails to do that, an arrest warrant will issue by close of business.
I will call Miss Kennedy and inform her of that.
8:30, sign up, Miss James, close of business, arrest warrant if she fails to do it.
So you
All right.
Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. and see.
Not court. She goes to Miss James. I don't need to see her.
Right, probation, the probation off the third. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. What else we got?
Judge, I think the only thing I have left is Mr. Thomas. I need to call him. I was trying to get in touch with him right when I had to take over for Miss Kennedy because Mr. Taylor had a conflict. So that's all I got. I'm gonna go.
All right. Where's Mr. Thomas? Because he was on the.
Right. I don't know if, but I have a number for him, so I'm gonna call him right now and see where he is and see what's going on.
Okay.
All right.
Coming up on November 6th. Right here. Yes. This is hold on. I'm sorry, you're correct. Okay. So he has a warrant here. So there's one here. If they issue an arrest warrant on him. So what exactly is it? Okay, now, does that give you the right to take my trucks and go stay there in St. Pete? This is a criminal warrant. It's a criminal warrant, and that's probably why they want you to do a police report, because it's not you, it's him. You don't have any standing. You may be the victim or the witness, but you, okay, and that's why they notify you. You can come to court on that day and say that you called him because he has to appear, right? And they would determine whether they want to arrest him or not.
Hey, I'm sorry. as I stated, I'm using Wi-Fi. I'm still in the school line using Wi-Fi. I'm trying to finish this.
Miss Kennedy, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Miss James so that you can sign up for probation. Quickest way to get rearrested is to not complete your probation reports. Once you're finished speaking with her, then you can just continue to do what you need to do. All right, you don't have to come back to this courtroom, okay? All right.
Making a criminal complaint against them. Right. I understand. So do I do when I get the CP, do I make a police report down there? If you know the drugs are there, yes, they there. Then yes. Okay. I mean, you go to the police department and say, I know the drugs are at this address. They're my drugs. Here is, you probably want the this is fairly good food, but you may also want food that they have. You know what I'm saying? Wait, you see what happened? Well, I'm just saying. Yeah, but that's what you would have to follow the report down there. So he's done two things. He's basically stolen your truck here. Mm-hmm. He's also trying to dispose of it down there. Mm-hmm. He's committing two crimes. Oh. Okay. One here, stealing, and one down there. If you can get down there before he sells it all, because it's going to be harder to get it back once he sells it all. It's still yours, but you know how that works. It can be harder to track down. My son talked to the owner of the car lot yesterday, and he expected me to come and to verify that those trucks are mine. Okay. Now, but legally, I don't have enough education to know what to do, what to say. Well, all you do is show him proof of your ownership. Okay. But that's, you know, I can't get rid of it any more cost. You know, I don't. I'm a criminal defense attorney. In fact, I'm gonna even get, if these charges gets arrested here, depending on what they charge him with, my firm might get a 22%. Because I'm with me and Mr. Lynn, we're the public defenders for this court. Oh. Yeah, there'd be a concrete issue. Right now, the conflict, because I'm not appointed, I don't know anything about this case, and I'm not your lawyers, this is not legal advice, right? You have a hired me to represent you. We're just having a conversation. Well, that's what they told. That's what the district attorney told me, that you my attorney. One, the district attorney or the solicitor? What? I mean, okay. I went to her to find out who I need to talk to. Right now, it's not in front of a judge, it's right. And that's the reason why I wanted to know who I need to talk to. And when she came out there. Okay, now do you have a separate charge yourself? Is your birthday 1952? Yeah, they've got you on a warrant for a criminal trespass. Uh-huh. That now, okay, see, that's something. That would be one. I don't know what the basis is, but all this other stuff. That's the basis. Okay. That's the basis, right? They're saying it's a criminal trespass because one. Because. And there's a police report. Uh-huh. That's what I need to see. And that's what I need to see. What one is, oh, let's see, okay, so that's this warrant. This isn't these two warrants against your son. This is a, do you have a copy of the warrant?
No, that's what I've been trying to keep since Monday.
Okay, now that makes a little more sense.
And so I want to give them the keys to my truck.
Oh, okay, well, that's what they're saying. He said it was his truck. Your son said it was his truck, right? Told the police that. And said they charged you with criminal trespass because you wouldn't give the key.
That's right.
Okay. You bonded out, you were arrested. On 12.
On the 11th.
Oh, okay, 11th then.
Late that Sunday night, I went back to the court that Monday morning, and the judge told me what to do.
Okay, here's what's going to happen. Right now. Your Honor, are you still there?
Of course I am, Mr. Lynch.
Judge, so I'm working through these cases with Mr. Thomas. I would request, so I think we're either going to enter a not guilty plea just to give me some time to negotiate with Ms. Hagler on these 4 cases, or if Your Honor would prefer, we wouldn't mind a reset to just like the next available arraignment date. He is going to send me some information. His license is valid now, but he had some issues with some of these cases, and it's kind of tough to work through all the sort of information I'm getting.
All right, so I'll accept the not guilty on all 4 of his cases. We'll set him for the next calendar. Y'all work it out in the meantime.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay, does anybody know why on October 31st, I've been watched by Michael Meyer throughout the whole calendar, but he's not on my calendar? Anybody know this, gentleman?
Maybe because it's Halloween.
He just disappeared, but he's been here the whole time, and I don't have anybody on any of the 3 calendars named Michael Meyer. I'm just asking. Miss Ray, you look amazing.
That is great.
Hey, I'm here.
All right.
Thomas, thank
so
you.
Mr. Thomas, if we resolve Mr. Thomas's case, oh no, Mr. Thomas, your attorney has asked that if you could just enter a plea of not guilty, and then he's going to help you resolve your cases prior to your next calendar if we can, okay?
Yeah.
All right, you're free to go at this time.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, keep in touch with your attorney.
See, like Michael Myers is back on. Mr. Myers.
All right, yes, ma'am.
Mr. Meyer, how can I help you?
Yes, Your Honor. I've been asked to attend this hearing, and I guess I have been in a tough position, and I'll just say I'm here to appear before you today on a case where a landlord and a tenant dispute, and listen,
Sir, landlord tenant was yesterday. So Miss Powell, if Mr. Meyer is on an active case, then you can send him information about when he should appear, but landlord tenant was yesterday, sir. Okay.
Okay, I'm pretty confident. I will check my email again, but I was asked to be here today was my understanding. I'm checking my email now to verify, but I can absolutely attend whenever you tell me to.
Okay, but I'm not sure what case you're here on. So let me make sure that both of us are in the right place. Miss Powell, can you look up Mr. Michael Meyer and see what's going on?
Yes, ma'am. Did Mr. Myers have a case number, Judge, to give Ms. Powell?
Mr. Meyer, do you have a case number with the information that you have?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm pulling the email open now, and I have that. The notice of hearing case number. Your Honor, I feel really stupid because I'm reading the email and it says October 30th at 1 p.m., which was yesterday. So
Don't feel stupid, sir. That's okay. Whatever happened, we'll give you, you'll be sent a copy of it either by mail or by email, okay?
yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. It happens.
Before Mr. Meyer leaves, if you could just chat me the case number, and that way we can make sure that you have notice of what happened.
Yeah, what's the case number again, Mr. Meyer?
Yes, ma'am. It is CV01015.
And is it 2024 or 2023?
It's 2024.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna get you whatever information is necessary to let you know what happened yesterday, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
All right, no problem, sir. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the arraignment calendar for October 31st. Y'all be safe out there, and I will see you on the next calendar.
Thank you, Judge. Have a blessed rest of the week.
All right, good. You look great, Miss Wright. I can't wait to see you all. All right, and if y'all have not had the opportunity, check out the display in the state court clerk's office. The team down there led by Miss Tiki Brown, they are amazing, fantastic artists who do something every year for Halloween. So if you get the opportunity, head on down there today so you can see the amazing presentation. Each year it's a different theme. This year it's movies. And so you'll have the opportunity to just kind of see the vibe down there and see why we enjoy working with the clerk's office so much. All right, take care, everybody.
Thank you, Judge. Happy Halloween.
Thank you, Judge.